Nice. They've hosted the lobby. Good start so far. Emu vs cheese. Word in round of 16 will be old Spanish mirrors. It could happen. But then at least we'll be getting Spanish banned for the next round. Ah, I didn't think about that, Sapien Fez. Yeah, don't give people ideas. I didn't think about that. We should have probably had some low bans. We just don't know how the... None of us know how this plays out, I guess, so... Okay, they may have started, actually, so let's just... Eat it! Spanish is for tryhards. Okay, Belgium won't speak Spanish. We are going in. Saki is watching the stream to get some ideas. Well, that's the beauty of a live event, isn't it? It's not the Spanish mirrors, it's Tatars versus Teutons. Not Spanish at all. Okay, it's speeding up a bit to catch up with the live. This is play all one. Something like that. That should be alright. Okay.
Yes.
No, don't worry about the treaty. Ugh, I should have thought of that to have Setnus remove it. Hey, thanks for the prime sub. Much like. Alright, so this should be a good time to introduce... Oh, hold on. That's open, right? Just to be sure that the builder is not locked in or anything here. I think that's passable. Yeah, I didn't think about it until it was mentioned recently, Setnus. So, I'm sure we'll be alright. Right. So the players start with the transport ship. It will allow them to scout the shores and the waters a little bit. I see this is blocked, but that's probably intended that way. This seems very deliberate. So I wouldn't... I mean, if you want to venture into the other side, you just... yeah, venture into the other side to move around here. We'll need to keep an eye out for some of the generations here if something is very unfavorable in terms of spawns. Looks like Cheesecake Master hasn't even... I mean, it's been scouting the deep fish, so I guess he knows what's up. So there should be plenty of food on the map. There are water buffaloes to be gathered in mass here. There are some fruit bushes. Obviously, like no one starts in general, there's also huge patches of gold and stone. And then there's also this fish. So in a sense, this might play out a little bit like the classic nomad style starts, except the water is obviously generated differently. So for civilizations, Evu has gone for the Teutons. I don't understand why. It's not like your go-to nomad civ, at least. But I mean, if you end up at the point, if you end up settling far away from the shoreline, maybe it comes in handy with the cheaper farms and everything. Yeah, I know it's his favorite civ. I know that. And for Teutons, the good news for Emu here is, or the bad news is that there's one patch of gold, one patch of stone, lots of wood. That's about it. Food sources aren't ideal here. Oh, Rip Horse! Oh boy! Cheesecake Master wants to play the non-scout nomad opening here. So, there's the scouting visuals gone for Cheesecake Master. Just like that. Emu still has his horse somewhere. He's horsing around the map. Seems to have found some herdables around here as well. So they're he's actually got great map vision here, Emu Warrior. He's even seen that this is blocked off, so he'll need to redock on this side to get over to the other side. I don't see any dock from Cheesecake Master at all. Oh, here it is. Here it is. So he's got some fish as well. But definitely an eco lead on water for Emu. Seems to have struggled a little bit with consistency of... No, maybe his TC was maybe just late because it's at 16 builders to Cheesecake Master just over 17. Or chop the trees. Yeah, you could chop the trees to get through. Or late game you could use trebuchets or... Onagers. Are we live, by the way? Yeah, we're live. Teutons vs Tatars, that's a good point from Zaki, actually. Tatars, they have the speed and the mobility. Cavalry archers, they obviously have husbandry. And... yeah, might be an uphill battle for the Teutons here, but in terms of defense and turtling it out a little bit here for Emu Warrior, you have a good wall of potential here. Could also dock the north side for some more fish access. We'll see if he just makes his own hideout or something in the corner here and takes it back later on. Looks like he's going to make a dock in the north as well, so it's really going to get that fish food income going. Seems reasonable enough. Some shortfish to be eaten there as well. It's Cheesecake Master who's up first though. 24 pop here is with 3 on gold. I suppose this has to be an FC build, right? It's not going to go scouts or anything here. Any silly shenanigans with the way this map is laid out. It makes a lot more sense with the Healy generations and everything here to play the mobility of the Tatars, Cav Archers or whatnot. It's even got an outpost up for some vision here, so that's gonna show even more when or if he gets downwatch in. And the Ryan 94, the ELO is very different. It's ranging from 1000 1v1 ELO to 2k2, which is the highest rated player. So some matchups will be very one-sided, and some matchups will be quite even. But it's also a completely new map, so it could play out very differently from one match to another. Arsak is here. Actually, I should have a bracket command. Hold on. No, challenge is down, but I'll link this one. Oh, you got that covered, Joey Bravido, you got that. That's gonna be a tough one. I didn't even think about that, Tech Chariot. Could easily shout out to Twitch, but I don't think Zetnu streams that frequently. Could of course give it a mention. It's an easy edit. Emu currently sitting at 30 pop here. He's gonna drop the blacksmith and should have no issues clicking into the gas station, but he's already behind in the progress. Since Cheesecake Master has, is about 1 minute along the way. Hello? Hello? Nice. Take some HP off that horse. 1 Villager gatherings of stone as well. I wonder what that's for. Maybe plans to place a mining camp later or something and get some castles up. Yeah, there are transport ships. Ballsy horse, indeed. A transport ship is a good addition as well. It allows you to scout where the opponent has docked, so you could figure out the fight, where to fight on water. Yeah, I think being able to scout on water here is almost essential. Speaking of water, Emu Warrior has popped out his first fire galley here, going to make quick work of Cheesecake Master's fish, but it's only 3 or 4 fishing ships. It's not the end of the world for Cheesecake Master to lose that at this point. It's probably going to go mainly into a wood gold eco and into the cavalry archers here instead, because Teutons, they lack the speed to keep up with cavalry archers, and they also lack bracer, so late game Imperial Age not having bracer for your elite skirmishers against cavalry archers, among other things, that's gonna hurt if that's the kind of unit you end up facing, that is. What's wrong with this TC? Is it just because there isn't space for any farms to this direction? Is that the issue, huh? It's an edgy TC. Alright, that's an easy win for Emu on this side, but Emu will... Oh, okay. So redocking over here for some more fish. He needs to dock this side, and... I guess Cheesecake Master doesn't have much presence here. Does Emu though? There's... Oh! He's 1 tile away from seeing that there's a dock here. Edgy. Yes. Okay, Cheesecake Master actually getting some free kills here. That's all just poor scouting on Emu Warrior's side, to be honest. Could have probably anticipated this with just a few more tiles of scouting here, or maybe an outpost along the shoreline, something. Does it... Okay, this is actually bad for Emu Warrior. Yes, 3 TCs now is never ever going to be able to keep up that triple town center production without market tweaking here now, because it's lost essentially half of his fish income here from food, and they'll need to change into farms, transition into farms ASAP here. Yeah, he's already started that process. No space for farms here. He does make a fire galley, and he has 2 fishing ships still alive, but might be winnable actually. But he needs more repairs here. Slightly higher HP on the teal galley over here. Barracks is up. He's going for the Lancers. I have to admit, in this case, I was expecting that Cheesecake Master will go right into the cavalry archers here, but Steppe Lancers, good raiding unit. And Emu is laughing about something. Know what that's about. Maybe he's happy winning against war galleys or something, fire galleys. Eco-wise, Cheesecake Master well ahead here. Woohoo! We made it! Okay, if you didn't see the TC before, you definitely see it now. Oh, the micro! Saving the brave man, placing the outpost forward here. Seems like our friends here are in boom mode. Another TC going up for Cheesecake Master as well. That's the third TC. We have had 3 TCs for a while for Evil Warrior, but Evil Warrior has also had some food struggles, so it's not kept that food or villager production consistent. But that, I guess, the approaches are kind of similar here. Yeah. Did we ever clip that, Karolymbe, that boar heist? I hope that game is on YouTube somewhere. Or at least that we made the clip from that live cast or that cast. Stone walls to the side for Emu. He wants to keep his stone safe so he can get those precious Teuton's castles up and late game maybe going to the crenellations. Let's see if rank 1 works. Oh, sorry. No bad start. To be fair, there is a 300 elo gap between these players. But Cheesecake Master is, aside from being a little bit behind in eco numbers here, is definitely the one putting on the pressure now. Is going for a Steppe Lancer approach with the Tatars here. Oh, there's lots of golds and stones to the side here, actually. Steppe Lancers getting some kills. 8 eco kills for Cheesecake Master, but some of those are fish. Evil Warrior has reclaimed the north. Is he overcommitting though? That's a lot of fire galleys. They won't be able to pass through here until the trees have been cut down. So they'll not be doing much else than guarding the shoreline around here. Okay, that's a beautiful castle, honestly. It covers 3 stone piles and a gold. And it's on the perfect on the hill here as well, so that's going to be tough to take down, especially when or if. Yeah, Nightbot doesn't like links, unfortunately. That sucks. Maybe this works? Oh, yeah. Maybe I should learn to spell. I don't know if it's exclamation mark or slash. Maybe with a slash. Try it now. No, okay, it doesn't. Okay, it doesn't. I don't know. After 2.5 years, I'm still a Twitch noob. Where are these guys going? And why are they running into Teuton's Knights? I guess Cheesecake Master wanted to claim that hill as well, just didn't get there in time to survive it. Okay, the Step Lancers chasing the Knights here. Do they? Ah, they have better upgrades as well, but you don't want to mess around with the Teutons in melee fighting. Oh, is there a demo here? Fire galleys. Oh! I guess you just run over to the land here if you're Cheesecake Master. Oh, the villagers were going for the gold. Okay, got it. Tathar's Castle, excuse me. Tathar's Castle going up without problems here. Not really there food-wise to go Imperial Age and Treb push, but it's in a good position for Treb pushing later on, at least. Knight's getting some raiding value here. Keshik's in production, or Gold Horse, as my old clan mate from United Nations Beowulf cleverly called them. Yeah, I'm going to need to save the VOD somehow, Tech Chariot, for sure. I don't think I want to record it live because that drains the resources on my computer, but... Oh, okay, spots the gap over there as well. Surprisingly, Cheesecake Master has a pretty easy wall off here as well. Like, so some tiles here, it's broader, yes, but he's keeping the raids out now. And in the meantime, I didn't even notice, but Imbu Warrior is going to the Imperial Age here. And Cheesecake Master still at 78 villagers and about to click Imp there, so it's a 3-minute head start for Imbu Warrior. Pretty healthy economy going into it as well. Looks like he's preparing some sort of infantry siege push here on this side. And that's the Imperial Age. Certainly going to take some time to take out the defensive fortifications of Cheesecake Master here, but being 3 minutes ahead to the Imperial Age, that's a good start. And with a naval situation here, you could send in some. You could take out this. You could take out both these castles with cannon galleons, and also this TC. I mean, if Imbu gets chemistry here now, or if Teutons get cannon galleons, but I believe they do. Cavalry archers from Cheesecake Master. Halberdiers from Imbu. So Halbs in front. If the Halbs get close to the Cavalry Archers, that's very bad news for the Cav Archers. But they also have the range, so they could deal with the units at a distance. Economy looks a little bit on the low side for Cheesecake Master here entering the Imperial Age, but he's going to be able to get another castle up and defend here, but he also needs to find some way to react to the infantry siege push coming in here, and obviously Keshiks won't be dealing very well with Teuton's Halberdiers. They're not quite on full upgrades, but they're getting there. I feel like Cheesecake is walling himself rather than walling Imbu out. Yeah. This position of Cheesecake Master is a bit awkward. He could move over here. He knows what's going on in this area. Doesn't have an outpost over at these precious resources to the side, but they are there. Oh, no way! Okay, I guess he made it to the Imperial Age, but was this actually the Imp TC? You know what the next level play would be now? Would be to use the Trev to cut this tree and then run into raid with the Cavaliers. That is open over here as well, so it's not really an issue. Do we have siege engineers? No. Here come the Cav Archers with Keshiks and Step Lancers in front. But only 2 Rangers producing the Cav Archers, and yeah, nowhere near critical mass here for Cheesecake Master. Someone clipped that around. Nice, wasn't it? Tribes coming out on this end for Imbu Warrior as well. The castles don't have Bodkin, they definitely don't have granulations, but Paladin is coming in. That says something about Imbu Warrior's eco situation here. And Halberdies. No! Right into the Cav Archers. They didn't get that many kills, but good reaction by Cheesecake Master to pull away there. But no, not like this. Oh. Teutonic Paladins incoming. They're missing some attack upgrades, but they have full defense, which means that their, especially their melee defense is going to be huge. I think Cheesecake Master might lose another castle up north here. There are 3 trebuchets to be fair, and we are in the Imperial Age with the Tatars here, so you could also get the unique technology for extra range of the trebs, but it's not really something you want to commit to here. Flaming Camels versus the Paladin. Oh, Teuton's Paladins. They move slower. It would be amazing situation for Flaming Camels, but it's getting Silk Armor. It wants the upgrades for the Cavalry Archers first. Only 12 of them though. See, Imbu been taking lessons with MBL or what? Forward castle or forward recastling attempt from Cheesecake Master doesn't quite work out. Might be able to take out the Teuton's castle over here, but what's that gonna do? You need to get in and do some eco damage as well. Maybe you could get some raids in with the Cavalry Archers. Teuton's Paladins versus Cavalry Archers, but no husbandry on them. So actually, the Cavalry Archers are just marginally faster than the Paladins. The Paladins will be able to catch up here because of the pathing being a little bit suboptimal in the dancing around in the formation, so they are allowed to get close here, and that's obviously really bad news for a unit that's strongest in large masses and suffers as a result in melee attacks as well. Yeah, still no husbandry. That's very strange with the oh, speaking of, I think you realized when the Paladins caught up that husbandry would have been a good idea. I think it's speeding up because of in-game lag issues and stuff, and it's trying to catch up with the live situation. Ebru definitely with the map control here, as in the waters here as well. Where are those cannon galleons though? Come on, man. Transport ship. Heavy camels. It has to be a reaction to the Paladins, right? But Hussar as a meat shield would have made more sense, wouldn't it? To try and get into hussars, send them in front of the cavalry archers, and then use your speed and range to dance around and try to take a better... Don't need a delay, do anything else. I won't stop anyone from adding 2 minutes if they are uncomfortable with no delay. But I will also not enforce it, because I know all of the players. I'll be so blunt as to say that I'm not worried about any of them trying to use the no delay to their advantage through spec cheating or looking at the stream or whatever. Oh! Only a shot from Emu on the comments. Why isn't he spending the resources? Why is he only with 19 minutes? Why does he have 161 villagers? Next set is allowed to start as per the schedule. Just Emu thinks, yeah, he's hoarding resources. He wants to get. I think he's aiming to get every upgrade here in this game. This is actually a situation where the extra range of the Tatar's trebs would have been very handy against 3 vs 3 trebs. If you have 2 extra range, then you'll just outrange them and not need to worry about it, right? Saving the rest for the next round. Imagine if you could carry over the rest. Look at the Cheesecake Master. He's taking the right hand side here. He's found the resource to the side. Good. Outpost scouting over here. But he's still... I mean, yes, he's been producing. He's getting the proper upgrades. But he's lacking... He's also, you know, not really reaching crucial numbers of army. So as long as Emu just keeps pushing here, he should be able to close this one out, take this middle area, and then move on finally to the right hand side, where he also has some. Oh, he has some vision. He's actually going for the gold over here. Couple of stables up here, but there are some camels here as well, so you'll need quite a few paladins, and you'll need to delete a few freaking villagers, Emu Warrior, if you're going to close this game out. There's no need for 158 villagers working now or ever. Stonewall's coming up on the side here, the paladins joining in as well, but there are camels here. Hello, Gorgarn. Or you can still push through here if you're able to deal with the Tatars. Oh. I split. Oh no, you didn't. You are not taking a fight against 7 siege on the gears with 27 cav archers. Whew. How did he not lose more here? He lost 6 heavy cav archers so far, anyway. To 7 siege on the gears, and he even killed 1. Scary. Don't queue villagers, kill them. Delete the fist, do something. Get yourself 60 more army space and close this one out. I know Emu is enjoying himself. He's making all the units. He even still has his starting horse. Chad horse right there. Oh boy. Nice attack round there, getting a hit in on the camels. Halbs going down as well. Not nearly enough halbs here to survive that fight. Horse does not take population space. Shouldn't, at least. Wait, does it? Isn't a horse like the camels? Okay, because on Mega Random, the horse doesn't take pop space. Yeah, transport ship. Transport ship. Transport ship takes space for sure. More stables in the back for Cheesecake Master. He is at 110 villagers, which means he has more population space for military, but he's struggling resource-wise to get enough units out to keep up with this. Now we're just trying it again. Let's see the siege onlookers here. 9 siege onlookers now against... I don't even know how many Watchers, but it's probably... Oh, that hurt. Another forward castle. Do we have crenellations now? Yeah, we have crenellations, we have Bodkin. So the castles also have 8+5 range. Cheesecake Master, 15 military against Emus, only 35, but I guess maybe it doesn't need more. He thinks he has manga dingles, yeah. It's true that Tatars struggling against Halb Siege because you would... Your best bet would be to make champions, right? But Tatars don't get them, and in any real case, Teutons get Teutonic Knights, so they would shred champions anyway. At this point, Ebu barely needs to care about the siege onlookers. Look at the resources, he could just pump out more, so he just sends the siege onlookers in, takes out the trebs with freaking siege onlookers behind, no, underneath Castle Fire. 2 trebs are actually sniping him in the same shot. Yeah. But Tatars don't even get champion, do they? They get 200 swordsmen maximum or something like that. Isn't it? And even if they get champion, they don't stand a chance. So... Yeah, if there ever was a time for the 105 taunt, it might be getting close here. His no military is losing another castle. It's being sandwiched into the corner, but I mean, it's a best of 1, so that's probably why you want to keep going for a little bit as well. Teuton's Band-Aid, but this is a little bit of the same matchup as well, right? It's not like there wasn't an option to deal damage to Emu earlier. With all the food on this map, you could go for an early kind of scouts movement or something like that. And take out some damage. Make some early damage with scouts if you dare, but this is definitely more of an FC map. Well played by both, honestly. It's an elo gap between them. And Cheesecake kept up and tried, but he's at a huge civilization disadvantage as well. He did actually get Timbered Siegecraft, so he was thinking alongside the lines of Flaming Camels as well. I think, not just for the traps, but for the Flaming Camels. But massive boom here by Ebu Warrior taking the lead here. Eco lead. Okay, now we're going into the what is probably the largest elo gap of all. Evalus is hosting. They started about 5-10 minutes ago, so we won't be missing too much by jumping right into the live. Embalius is 2k2, so he's a clear favorite to win the whole thing here. But it's a pretty new map, and if you have some clever ideas, you're free to test them out. I'm just gonna do an old school Sims count here. Nearly style notepad. Let's go to the desktop, yeah. Tips. Here we go. Tatars, 1 so far. Ones, 1. They have to have started, so let's just find the ID here. Yeah, oops, sorry. Goes to the Diplo. Leaks never work for me. Literally never. But I can try. Here we go. Here we go. No bad. Emalus. 2190. He's with Suomi. Finnish player. Joey Purvila at a whooping 1223. Oh shit. Sorry. Okay, two new civilizations here, Bulgarians and Mongols. It's speeding up. I think I'll allow it to do so for at least a little while. Maybe we slow it down a bit. Joey Pyramida, Bulgarians, Krepost, Konix. Krepost would be a good way to claim map position on this map actually, and it's a different innovation. Two deep fish in the corner down here. It's, I suppose you should be able to traverse the terrain here, or maybe it's landlocked. I'm not sure if you could sail through there, if it's like the valley. They're quite close. As the goose moves backwards. The push is really far spread out. This, I suppose, if you get to the north at some point, Emalius sees it, so he might go here to dock at some point. But it's a far. He has to travel far to get there. Same with the waters over here. I think Joey Pyramida is considering a dock down here, but it's not a whole lot of fish to benefit from. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. It's, just don't think we'll catch up with the live necessarily, but just for the nomad start like this, it could be good to have some idea. In all fairness, Emalius has the better starting position. He's scouted 3 boars, no less. He has the TC on stone, so he's gonna get that cast lab for the Mango Die and unique technologies later on. And Joey Pyramida has some wall of potential here. He could probably wall here and in towards the TC somehow, and over here. Maybe a little bit more awkward here, but it's possible. But then the water, again, unless you wall on land, you could still go with some kind of transport approach. North side is the dock area here, and Embolius is actually going over here, so he's gonna have some nice food income from docking as a result of that. Okay, we have a wall. Oh, clever! He's using the natural woodlines here to act like a pseudo wall as well. So the TC wise, slightly higher idle TC for Joey Puravida here. Not sure if it's probably not that bad given the map like this. You need to find the food and collect your resources properly. Find some boar as well, has lots of sheep to eat. Shouldn't have any issues getting up here, but he might still be behind in economy and or he will still be behind in economy and maybe even the uptime compared to a Malus here who has the fish food income. Yes, 2 locks already actually. And Malus is going greedy here with the Mongols. It's also attempting a bit of a wall off, so it's going to be a little bit closed off here, like the previous game early on. Yeah, but don't you think he has it scouted, Karanrima? He has He has the transport ship, so he knows that there's not a whole lot of fish. Joey Puravida, however, he's docked as well. He's taking some of the deep fish they're sharing. He's about to go scout, so oh please, please. Okay. Might not be able to contest the waters here comfortably anyway, but knowing that there is a dock or even two here is an indication that you need to invest something to at least try and punish the essentially almost free food economy of the opponent here. 8 fishing ships. Already almost an overextension, but there's this to be collected later on as well, even if it's a longer travel, so maybe 8 fish are justified here. Two fish going down for Joey Puravida. Not really any reason to try and claim this back at this point. It's going to lose the dock, but it's also cost Emalius a little bit of wood and gold to invest into those, even if it means securing 8 fishing ships. 150 gold and wood to secure 8 fish. Certainly worth the efforts. Uh-oh, horse goes down as Joey Puravida tries to deny the board there. Yeah, Castle Age already on the way for Emalius. He's had that fish food income for a while. Should be able to... fiddle around a bit with the stats here. Anyway. Wait, they're similar to the gas stage. No stone collected for Joey Puravida just yet though, so... not sure what the plan is here, is making the stable, so it makes sense from a scouting perspective to try and find resources on land to take out, or even snipe all of these herdables over here. Maybe it's with Bloodlines and Husbandry for the Conics in mind as well. 60 outposts going up here, going to wall off along the shoreline. Good. That should, if these walls complete, that should at least make it harder for Emalius to get in here. 8 on stone now for Emalius, right underneath the TC. He's probably going to castle somewhere around here. To punish some of the gold income of Joey Puravida, or maybe he'll even try to transport over here and try to get the castle in on the mainland here, because Joey Puravida is locked in on the land side of things here, right? I think Joey Puravida can't... Okay, he wants to secure the stone for Crepos and castles, but I don't think it's the right time for a second TC here if you're... need to play this more aggressively to not allow Emalius to comfortably just extend on the economy and steamroll everything later on. The Spearman finds his way in. Yeah, you could always tweak the way you use your... how many fish you make, of course, but a dock is still a huge investment in terms of wood in the early game. So pop the fast forward a little bit in an effort to try and reach the live. Yeah, good luck, have fun, Saki and the Belgian. Starting in 7 minutes. Sicilians still get transport extra? I think so. I don't think that's that was removed. I think it's just they tweaked the cost to be half price for the first transport ship. Yeah, and Koreans comes to mind like on the Nomad map as well, right? For scouting purposes. But you start with a horse, so you'll be able to scout the water with your transport ship and the land with the horse. So maybe, okay, yeah, that still helps with that extra line of sight. Okay, it is a beautiful castle from a defensive perspective. It denies any entry from this area, but it's at the same time it's disappointingly passive or defensive. Jovi Puravida is holding off the initial Mongols knights here, even forcing Ebalus to invest into camels here. Is 36 food gatherers currently. That's some fishing going on, but that's long distance fishing. It's not going to be very efficient at this point. More town centers going up though, and farming economy definitely extended here as well. It's 72 villagers to 46 currently. And Joey Puravida trying to re-wall to once again keep the aggression out there. But you already started the transport ship, could still transport over unless Joey goes for a wall off, like so. Yeah, aren't these gonna trap themselves in? Maybe not, if you move them away from that particular area. So one castle up for the Mongols over here, firing away at the house, so Joey Puravida knows it's there. And while he's trying to break through again, found the weak spot here. I think that pikeman is going to... No, it's actually not hitting that weakest palisade. Well, keeping the aggression out, but Mangudai will be entering the field now, and they've broken the house. They're ready to rumble, I should say, diving in to raid Joey Puravida's home base here. Once again, an attempt to catch up with the live here and dive in for the next match, which is also about to start. Keeping the aggression out on one end, but Mangudai trickling in here. Emalus even going for the Imperial Age here behind all this. So that's thanks to the fishing economy and the extending into the farming economy later. Imperial Age siege weapons will be hard for the Bulgarian's Castle Age player to hold off here. Defensive Krepos going up in the midst of Mangudai fire here. Does Emalus see it? Maybe there's enough builders building this one for Emalus not to be able to stop it, but he's going to be in the Imperial Age and pump out those trebs shortly. And a second castle for additional Mangudai coming up as well. 22 on wood, 29 on gold. Should be easy enough to keep consistent production going here. Krepos wall. Quick post. Joey Buravida reacting to the pressure here, going in for some ranges now, going to try and pump out some skirmishers to deal with the Mangudai, but the food situation here doesn't really allow for fluent skirmisher production at this time. Imperial Age now in for Emalius, gonna get Bracer and Chemistry instantly for the Mangudai. Elite upgrade a little bit further away, of course. And now some more siege being added as well. The Rams and the Trebuchets should make quick work of the town centers and Krepos here. And in this particular generation and the way Joey Puravida settled with the starting TC, there is unfortunately no escape here. Fish is running out, but Emalius has food economy working on land with the farms as well. Mangudai moving in, very much so. Now, that's the kind of castle I'm talking about. Forward castle to deny the income of the opponents. Oh, look at the defensive Krepos scrambling up a Krepos here. Can they stop the castle from going up? Krepos goes up. Small issue being that the Trebuchet will take it down just as quickly. The third castle completes now. 3 castles pumping out the Mangudai. 4th castle to come up here. GG, well played. Good luck next. And as we mentioned earlier on, Emalius is 1000 elo above Joey Puravida, basically. Nearly 900. You wouldn't expect a very competitive match between the two, so I think Joey Puravida made a decent effort. Did not scout the dock investment of Emalius, which could have at the very least delayed Emalius a bit here. But it's still an awkward position to be in. Not a whole lot of gold on this side. Some stones for Krepos, surely. And on top of it all, just a better starting place for Emalius, and also obviously benefiting from the faster collection of Mongols Hunt. GG's. Okay, let's note the sibs before we forget. Okay, let's try to make it alphabetical order at least. Right, the challenge is down, so I can't update the bracket currently. Twice the villagers, 1 villager lost. No, yeah, 1 villager lost throughout the game, or maybe a fishing ship. Okay, this is actually fascinating how the APMs aren't really that different between the two, or the yeah, in the chart. Rehosting, perfect, because then we can just hop into this one. Akkal-AOE. Seems reasonable enough. Okay, you're really strapped. That's a restart then, but let's hello.
Hello.
Oh,
yeah,
oops.
I think
Yeah.
will be trapped.
Yep, should be
or because I don't actually know how.
Okay, so it's oh yeah.
I was clicking. I was like, "What the stupid Vil?"
I feel like since we just started, you could read this one. There's technically an exit, but as far as I can
Okay.
tell, anyway. But
Okay.
we
All right.
barely started, so I don't see why we shouldn't just. It's such a.
Do we just pick the same civs again, or?
Yeah, I'd prefer that. Yeah, just restart.
Okay.
Same sieves.
All right.
Yep,
We go again.
go for it.
Clicked rematch. So, anyways, see you later.
Yep, see ya. I think that only made sense because of the boss. There's an exit to the hill, yeah, but there's between the berries and the stone here. But what's another issue is that the Belgian is here, so if he sees that, he could just put up one tile and stop the villager. I guess that would technically be laming, but it's still not. Yeah. Third time's a charm. Let's go. Oh, sorry. Wrong. ID. Is it the rest one? Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Issues for Zaki there. Web Chariot. Yeah, that doesn't. Nice. That's nice of you, Tech Chariot. This would certainly be relevant to map scripting, wouldn't it? So I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I need. Okay, well, fourth attempt. Here we go. Once again, I need to tick this one. Malay, Bulgarians. No Spanish yet, guys. Oh, look at this! Okay, given the starting locations, I'm liking the Belgians' chances here, but Zaki is going to see it as well. It's going to see that this is a huge naval area. This might play out more like the standard Nomad, right? Because it's a bigger naval situation. I don't think I don't think you get through there, so that's blocked off. And no blocked wills for either of the players. Yeah, everyone's saving Spanish for later. Makes sense. Makes sense. But wouldn't it then also be a... Wouldn't it also be a tactically sound to actually play Spanish to try and get it banned? Are we allowed to repeat civs? Yes, but in the next round, EBU, the 2 most played civs will be banned. So you're safe if nobody else plays Teutons, but there's not really any... The condition is that the 2 most played civs get banned. I don't think I wrote anything about no repeat. Or did I write hidden civ pick no repeat, maybe? Read handbook. Okay, we need to check this. Might be no repeat. I can't remember my own numbers. No. Nothing about no repeat. I should have added that, obviously, but 2 most played civs over each round will be banned for the next round. So that's the only condition. Go pick your Teutons. Damn it, should have added that. Anyway, are we live actually? We're live. Perfect. So Belgium settling in the north side here. Gonna find a nice gold pile to the north, which he could safely wall in and benefit from. This is an obvious castle spot on the hill here to this time cover 1 gold and 4 stones. And of course they should be docking this large lake down south. I don't think there's any getting around that. Good opening dock for Belgium here. He is the first to get the fishing ship out. And he also... Oh, don't be that guy, Saki. Don't block the drop-off. Well, confirms there's a dock there. This is definitely going to be something they need to fight for. Bulgarians, Malay, Zaki, huge advantage to the Malay, going up 66% faster to the next stage. Belgium with the Bulgarians. Maybe is thinking some infantry shenanigans. Maybe is going to try... I mean, the distance is a little bit too far for men-at-arms into scouts, isn't it? But Belgium is not your meta guy, so he probably has some smart ideas planned here. Belgium really needs to rush the next stage here. He's got a convincing eco lead here. Idle this time is the same for both, so they must have been struggling a little bit with production. Is he getting the horse? He's getting the horse. So, I mean, oh. Almost looked like he just wanted to sacrifice the horse in good sportsmanship here so that they neither of them have any scouts. But yeah, now knows the location of Emperor Zaki. Someone got housed, I don't know who, that's the Belgian, it shows in the overlay. But this 3 population lead should allow him to get to the feudal age at a time competitive with the Malay here. If he keeps this up, did get housed for a bit, that's obviously causing some idleness, but... But the second building is up, is 14 on food now. Should be the first to click feudal age here, I think. Did you see that? Oh! That's unfortunate. That Javelin has 1 tile away from his scouting in the corner there. Probably didn't expect a war to spawn at that particular location. Horse living dangerously again here as Zaki goes for some Hunt on the hill. Very hilly map this, so it I guess the Bulgarians could go cavalry archers as well. That's not like something you, or archers into cavalry archer, whatever. It's like not something you expect Bulgarians to do, but they have most of the appropriate upgrades except for the last defense. Fuel Edge is on the way. Zaki actually far away from clicking up here, so this should give the Belgian a good chance to take out Zaki's fish and disallow the Malay some smooth food income at the start here. It's funny how they were talking about in chat just an hour ago, Zaki and the Belgian, that it's okay if you share the fish. It works well if you share the fish. So yeah, I'm okay with sharing, said the Belgian. So, and that's exactly what they're doing now, until the fuel rate kicks in. Zaki didn't even click yet. Zaki didn't even freaking click yet. He's got all the time in the world, and Belgium needs a second dock here ASAP, and or maybe it doesn't even need that second dock. Maybe he wins this with one dock and 2 fire galleys. Unless he wants to go straight fast castle, but honestly, here... One fire galley, come on, make one fire galley, make a galley, make a fire galley. Kill some fish. Play the water. It's true, a second dock down here would be benefiting the fish income. Where's the fire galley? Where's the fire galley? Blacksmith market, he's going fast castle. Fire galley, man. Okay, I'm sort of understanding this from the Belgian's perspective as well. He can't see what we see. He doesn't know that at the point he reached fuel age, Zaki hadn't even clicked yet. And it's, to be fair, it's faster for the Malay, but it's still a 1 minute and more, 1.5 minute head start. Well, Zaki is going for the fire galleys. He's going to take out the 4 fish of the Belgium, while Belgium is going Castle Age and Krepos possibly. He doesn't really have a lot of resources backing up the next age here, but he's going heavy onto stone now. He's going to go for those Krepos. Maybe also, technically, he could win back water by investing into Krepos as well. Okay. Okay, let's see what they're writing. Hold on. Okay, then they don't need a small pause. That's perfectly fine. My bond. Mine. Well, you should have started fighting earlier. You should have started making some naval armies if you wanted to claim this pond, Mr. Belgian. And it's only 4 fish, so it's not a huge loss for the Belgian, but it is food economy that he needs to relocate. It's moving out. He knows the location of the TC. Is this a castle drop, actually? I've been talking about Krepos, but this is a castle drop. This is a castle drop right in the face of the Malay player who might lose the TC before Castle Age can even be researched, because he is investing into armies on water. Big brain plays from the Belgian here. He expected Zaki to play an extended fuel age for the big lake in the south. Now he's going to attempt to drop a castle right forward. Unfortunately, the castle age is... Oh, make a castle, man. 2 Krepos should be decent as well. Salmon waffles, yeah. Give me salmon waffles. Don't think you'd ever get me to eat that. That sounds disgusting. It's funny how Zaki doesn't see this though, but he doesn't see it because he sacrificed his horse to the Belgians. Town center. Relocating the market villagers. Still a little bit away from that Castle Age transition, as well as another Grepos pops up with cover fire from the Belgian, and he's mining lots of stone. 13 is all in on stone. He's still queuing villagers, but that's going to end quite soon since the fish is gone. Hello. So ballsy to do this against the Malay as well, because the Malay go up faster. So if your goal is to stop the opponent from advancing to the cast stage through taking out their town center like this, then... Oh, good house. Oh, not good enough. Yeah, Zaki is gonna make it just fine to the cast stage here. He has the resources. Yeah! He's missing the second building. Didn't he build a blacksmith here? Did it get killed by the grapples or something? He should still be fine though, because it's only going to take 1.5 minutes. Yeah, I think he knows it's all in. But if he garrisons all the villagers as well, and fletching is in actually, so I suppose that boosts the attack. No, he could. There's no villagers here. He could send the villagers in to attack the TC. Villagers are bold damaging his buildings. He could freaking send the villagers in and attack the Castle Age TC. Is he doing it? Or is he dropping another grab post? Attack the TC! Come on! Take it out! It's 54% Castle Age! It's panic repairs coming in, you know! Belgium must know what's up now. Oh, imagine if the grab post had just a little bit more range. Oh! He ranges it! It's close, but not close enough. And sadly, Emperor Zaki enters the cast stage with economy to boot. But Belgian, not so much. 5 on food. 0 on gold. 13 on stone. And Emperor Zaki is about to not have idle TC issues anymore because he doesn't have a TC. And he currently doesn't have wood enough for a new one, but it's probably going to go up somewhere around here. Or here, okay, on the wood line. Much further away from the aggression. Also makes sense, but this might... Okay, might not be buildable there actually, but... TC could have gone down without without the repairs, yeah, maybe. No TC, no problem. But there's food income galore for Zaki anyway. He has 10 fish working now. Taking all this deep fish, that's how he was able to get to the cast stage behind all this as well. Now he's going to pop out some ramps maybe to take out the grab hosts. DC completes for Zaki, but also gets housed right as it gets up. So that's going to impact the villager production here. He still has 4 more villagers than the Belgian though. It's 35 villagers to 31. Long trick, going to convert 1 villager finally. The Krepos will make quick work of that. Most, if not all, of the Krepos within range of each other, which is quite good actually, because it makes it a lot harder for siege weapons to take them out. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Wanna go? I guess there's nothing to stop the Belgian from placing a binding camp forward here to access stone and gold over here. What I think... I mean, I think the first structure the Belgian should have built here at all was not Crepost, but a castle. The first castle could have taken out the TC, and then we could use your 13 stone miners to pop out more Crepost within the cover fire from the castle. And then it could have worked, because then you could make just a few petards, or just one petard even from the castle as well. And the TC goes down. And their castle age is at least significantly delayed. But there was no military to protect the castle drop, so it's a huge risk anyway, obviously. Little defense working out. Monks to convert all of the forward villagers maybe as well. Now a stable. Interesting. What's that stable gonna produce for the Belgian? We have 6 rams to take out the Crepos. They are relatively efficient against Crepos when you have these kinds of numbers. Saki even committing to the repairs over here. You might split them up. He even has the monks within range to possibly heal the repairing villager. That might be the idea here. Let's keep them close to maybe convert the forward villagers if they try to take out the rams with their attacks as well. Economy looking healthy for Saki. He could easily make even more rams here if he wanted to, but he's just gonna deal comfortably with the forward. Here, oh, single targeting villagers. This might be the end of the forward of the Belgian here. One scout is out, so that explains the stable investment, but the monks even get a conversion in on that one, and there are only 4 villagers left forward for the Belgian. He is at 43 villagers, which is so it's somehow established an economy at home, but way behind in the military and boom situation, of course. Here's a castle to respond. Are we going to see a Karambit rush now from Emperor Saki? If he makes like 40 Karambits, maybe he can take out one and only TC of the Belgian. He knows the TC location as well, and Belgian. Okay, I guess he pulls up a couple of houses here and he keeps land raids out, but he needs to cover all of the areas in that case. Will 8 Karambits be a Karambite? We'll have to ask the Bitcoin investors. Another Grepos goes down. Would be... I mean, if the Belgian had enough economy behind this, or had any economy behind this, then all of these Crepos could have produced Conics as well. and it would be a different game, but with this kind of wall and that many on zone that early, obviously not really an option. We are making the carambits. Gilnets coming in for the fish as well. Fish traps already up for the Malay. Carries ridiculous amounts of food, way more than farms. And no murder holes for the crepos of the Belgian, so the carambits might actually... Well, they are literally on top of things here. They're staying in the opening and pounding away into the air, but... Villagers moving in either to repair or to fight, I'm not quite sure. Alright, good luck, have fun, Red Clifford. Two castles for more carambits here. No attack upgrades on them, only the first armor. 2 town centers and a lot of fish working for Saki. And Black Forest style fish traps on the water as well should really boost the food income, especially with gill nets for the remaining long distance fishing as well, if it's working with that. How did these guys die? Are they within range of this castle? Two TCs, 3 TCs for the Belgian, in fact. The Akkal-AOE is here. The German. Guten... It's not really Abend, is it? But Guten Abend. Anyway. God kväll. God ettermiddag. Bar creposts. Zaki should be quite close to the Imperial Age click here. He has, he has a castle, so that counts as the 2 buildings you need to go up, but he also has the 2 buildings needed. There is the Imperial Age click, which might very well be the end of the Belgian here, because then his defensive fortifications suddenly aren't nearly as strong anymore. Still making some raiding units down there, still has a couple of crepos up that the Rams weren't able to deal with. But another castle popping up for Zaki here. He's really going to invest into those karambits long term, isn't he? 1 minute to go for the Imperial Age. Doesn't really even care about crepos hitting his newly found gold mining builders. Ooh. Potential for bombard cannons forward here, or other kinds of siege weapons to take out the Belgian from this direction. Does the Belgian know about the expansions here? He knows there are docks, he knows there must be some builders here somehow. Did manage to get the conic out. Let's see if he scouts the siege workshops going up here. Could actually deny them with this conic here. Let's see. Is his vision on point? One siege workshop completes. And Saki is investing into Karambit Bitcoin. Exactly. Exactly right. Five trebuchets in the queue for Zaki here. He's not taking any chances. He's going to end these castles and crepos as soon as possible here. He's even getting block printing for the monks. Getting 3 extra range on the monks to prevent any further castle and crepos drops from a distance, I guess. scrabbling to repair the castle on top here. His Imperial Age Town Center. Where is that? Where is it researching? It's glowing a little bit here, so that's the Imperial Age TC. That should safely be able to get to the Imperial Age, but there won't be any trebuchets from the Belgian, I don't think. He doesn't have enough stone for a new castle, so he will not be able to take a Trebs fight. Bulgarians don't get bombard cannon, to my knowledge, so you also can't deal with the trebuchets this way. This is certainly an uphill battle for the purple player. Karambits, elite Karambits coming in, and plate mail armor. Yeah, exactly. Bulgarians have everything else, just not bombard cannon, right? They even have siege onagger, but no siege engineers, I think. Or is that Cumans? Maybe I'm mixing Cumans and Bulgarians here, but yeah. It's a beautiful discount. Malay do get bombard cannon though. There's an opening here as well. Let's see if he can deny the walls here on this side. Trebuchets running in to start taking out the core economy here as the Belgian goes into capped. Perhaps maybe hoping to get close to the trebuchets with the rams here. And in true nomad style, we are relocating and migrating to where we might still find precious resources. Oh, they get siege engineers. Okay, so Cubans and Malians. I don't think I've ever seen a Malian siege onagger in play. Ever. That makes sense then. Is this another castle drop, or are they just goofing about? Oh, these guys are in trouble. Walking into certain death, I'd say. We're missing ballistics here, so we could dodge it for a while, but maybe not forever. Nah, they're doomed. Karambit rush, elite Karambits. 45 of them over here, 60 something total. There's certainly castles enough to pump out units here, and this is about to go down as well. It's no more buildings production presence in the south for the Belgian. Good efforts. But the GG well played is called. Zaki takes the win. Moves on to the next round. You played well. You defended well. It was a good Kreppos rush. We're just a little bit unfortunate with the first two ones not being entirely ideal. We'll go find the next game. That's Red Clifford versus Sapient Fez. What a massive eco lead there. And all things considered, competitive uptimes as well. No idea what these peaks are, but probably some repair or dancing to avoid. Where's the? Here's the game ID for the next one. Let's see if it works this time. GG. That was close, Belgian. If Zaki didn't make those repairs, you'd be... Okay, that doesn't work for me. Then you'd at least take out this castle HTC. And you should have made one fire galley. One fire galley, and you had taken out at least the first few fishing ships of Zaki. Even if it possibly delays your castle age a bit. 21, blah 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 blah. Kept it clutch, yeah, nice. Let's give it some time to search here, see if we can find the next live. And it was Bulgarians. Malay. Get two A's. Oh, no, it's 1-0, it's just one game, so. How does this work though? Do we need to not have capture age open or something? Does that make a difference? Or maybe I need to trust it. That doesn't work. That sucks. It's the same in-game name. I'll do a quick check if I can search the name instead. Yeah, it is. Red Clifford. Is there like a timer to these? Here we go! Perfect. Could be because it's a password hidden lobby. That's a little bit iffy as well. Dravidians! Not gonna let it go crazy for too long here, because they've been playing for a while. Let's slow it down a bit so we get an impression of the map. This is actually not too bad of a start for Red Clifford. He could dock here and get some free fish. It's not huge, but it's like 500-600 food here. Definitely worth docking, I would think. But real fish pond situation is over here. Sapient Fest is already here with a dock as the Dravidians, but that's being scouted by Red Clifford. He's using the transport ship as well. So they are looking at some naval fighting here as well, I think. This is a pretty decent deep fish situation here. Some couple thousands food here at least. Okay, so don't think we're going to see much aggression before the fuel age kicks in, so I'll keep an eye up here, look at their scouting. The fact that they start with a horse and that there are so many herdables around the map, that's okay. We might need to check what that was all about. Maybe you just lost the horse or something? Yeah, definitely lost the horse. Okay. I'll stop it in the feudal age no matter what, but let's just keep an eye on this. Fantastic scouting by Red Clifford with the Khmer here. Is semi-blocked by the transport ship of... semi-blocked by the transport ship of Sapient Fest here, but it's going to be fine. Second dock of Sapient Fest, rather aggressive here. But it does complete and should make for nice short travel distance on the dock. Are they purposefully keeping the transport ships this close to the dock just to see if there's a flag or when things pop out? I wonder if it's going to take out the Fire Galley first now or just... Okay, it's not producing... Sapient Fest isn't producing for this area. Red Clifford still isn't up with the Khmer. He went up at 24 villagers here. Sapient Fest, a couple of villagers lower maybe. They have similar idle TC times, so that shouldn't be any huge difference there. Going up without Loom by the looks of it as well, whereas Red Clifford did not. FC, says the Belgian. And certainly an option for the Khmer here, but they're going to lose the fish as a result. That's 5 fish going to go down. Potential bad news for Red Clifford's fast castle approach here. Two Fire Galleys. Let's see how much Sapient Fest actually commits to this fight here. He obviously wants to kill that villager. That's value. It's going to go down to the Fire Galleys. And the fish, they don't really have any escape here. The Sapient Fest is down here as well. Double bit axe is in for Red Clifford. He doesn't have any military production just yet. It's a pretty healthy food income. He has lots of herdables here as well, so losing those 5 fish, that's not disaster. He's moving out to... Okay, he probably wants to mill that boar. I guess it makes sense. There's a little bit of forage to be taken there and hunt as well. Milling 1 boar, some berries, and an ostrich though seems suboptimal. Castle Age Click not too far away though, and Sapient Fest has been committing to the naval fighting. That's granted, it's still only 2 Fire Galleys, but it does delay any progression to the next stage. Here comes the market. And a little bit on farm investment here as well to boost the food income further. 5 on gold, so not struggling at all for gold here. Maybe the market is to buy food for Castle Age actually. But it also needs a second building. There's probably there's a blacksmith somewhere, right? Should probably be. No, there's not. There's a stable! There's a stable! From the Dravidians. Yeah, forgive me for not seeing that, but why the hell would you make... I mean, it's a surprise factor, so that's fine. You'll never expect this as a Khmer, and the Khmer also usually don't build the barracks until they really need them. Good reaction from Red Clifford though is quick walling out the scouts' aggression here. And makes a stable of his own. He's gonna have better scouts no matter what. He gets bloodlines, he gets... well, to be fair, they both get the feudal age upgrades aside from bloodlines, but maybe it's not even going to be scouts here because Red Clifford is going Castle Age. He will have access to knights and battle elephants as well. And what's that? That's actually not just one. It looks like 1 villager with 2 heads, but it's actually 2 villagers. So the quick walling house hurt the gold income a little bit there. It's still going to be able to get a couple of knights out. And... ooh, sneaky redock down south here. That's what Sapient Fest gets for chasing a villager rather than the fish. It's actually back in the fishing business as well here. Red Clifford could even consider trying to take out the Dravidians on water here, but that's probably not going to happen. It's just going to make the most of the remaining 4 fish and hope that Sapient Fest is too busy on land to notice. Only 2 scouts from Sapient Fest though. I'm sure he was hoping for better value from those. Just the occasional fast forward to try and keep App somewhat with alive. I leave the gold. I don't even know where these guys are going, but it could be some sneak forward here. Towers, possibly. It doesn't look like a castle. We're far from a castle yet. This is too fast. Okay. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong... No. Okay, it's just a lumber camp for now. Yeah, it has to be a sneak, right? It's going for the siege workshop, okay. So it's maybe thinking about monk siege style push here. But there's already a castle. Maybe Sapien Fest has seen right through it without even seeing it. And should be within range of the castle, yeah, at least if the castle has upgrades. Good castle from Sapien Fest, but also a little bit lucky that it's just within range of this forward siege workshop. Where are the monks? Where's the monk? Oh, here they are. Green monks. Second TC for Sapien Fest as well. Easier to get those down with the Dravidians, considering that you get a 200 wood boost for every next H you reach. Quite a little chunk of Khmer Knights out and about here, but they are not going to be able to enter the Dravidians' home base. Sapien Fest, on the other hand, is going for the Urumi Swordsman here. Which is... I mean, one of the weaknesses of that unit is supposed to be cavalry, I think. It's more of an anti-infantry unit, isn't it? Kind of, so... Scouts still doing work here. Are they getting villager kills? They're gonna get... Got one, I think. 3 villagers down for Red Clifford. It's about 8 villagers behind Sapien Fest, but actual villager count is around 5. Could have, of course, considered making some rams here, trying to take out the castle, but he would just make some swordsmen and deal with this, so that's not really an issue for Red Clifford, that push. Okay, the Knights found a way in, managed successfully idling some economy over here. We're expanding across the map. This is these players are probably the most even matchup so far as well, so this could be a longer game, relatively speaking, to the other sets. And I think the lack of mobility for the Dravidians here could backfire unless Sapien Fest is able to claim map control through structures and army presence somehow else. He could, of course, boom away with his town centers and get into full elephant archers, and there's not much Red Clifford could do to stop that, or that's not much any Civ can do to stop that. But that takes time and economic commitment, and chances are you'll take huge damage on the way trying to get there. Oh, nice. Using the cavalry to take out one of Sapien Fest's dogs over here. Still some more that need to be taken out, though. And the Urumis seem to be trading decently. Counter to elephant archers, ballista elephants. Well, yeah. True. True enough. Also expensive. But doable on a map with lots of stone and extra resources like this. Looks like it's a better gold situation on Sapient Fest's side. It's also had the fish for quite a while now. And they're both just mainly in boom mode currently. Yeah, and as the Belgium points out, David Deso will wreck ballista elephants. And Khmer, to my knowledge, don't have that. They have onagers. That's it. Full castle age upgrades in for the Urumis, but not a really... Not that threatening of a mass, is it? Why are they walking around in circles around the tree? One more dock down for Sapient Fest. That's also one way to claim water. Use knights on these hybrid maps. Interesting but efficient approach. Sapient Fest doesn't have that much presence down here to deal with this, and is actually going to lose the fish food income now, but it's transitioned into farms long ago, so losing the fish now, less of an issue. It's a beautiful offensive castle from Sapient Fest here now, going into right onto the TC of Orange, but is it too ambitious? There's army here to protect it. There's also a siege workshop that could be producing a mangonel for all that Sapient Fest knows. Red Clifford also has a Stonefree castle and dives into counter castle with way more villagers. And the Urumis, why aren't they? Okay, they're taking the long way around. That's bad news for Sapient Fest, but I think Sapient Fest complete the castle. That's not something that could be said of Red Clifford. So one unfinished castle there for the orange player, and most of the armies intact for Sapient Fest, who is now more on the aggressive side of things here. We'll get some knights conversions in as well, and the rest now of the knights would die to castle fire, but Red Clifford doesn't want to give away units for free. So the castle goes down. Still one green dock left, but only one fish. I was going to say no fish, but one fish left. War castles as Sapient Fest. Moves in with the same builders to place a castle up north. No protective armies here this time around. Oh, and Imperial Age is on the way as well. I'm surprised Red Clifford hasn't clicked Imperial Age earlier. He doesn't need any buildings to justify it. Now he has the castle, so he would have had it anyway. But he's had so much gold in the bank, and if he has a market, it could easily buy food to go to the Imperial Age here to match. Maybe that's exactly what he's gonna do when he sees Sapient Fest reaching the Imperial Age here. There's a lot of green on the map. And the Sapient Fest, he really doesn't need the fish situation anymore. He needs to claim the land now. That's exactly what he's doing with the Urumi Swordsman, which is an interesting choice. The ballista elephants are out, but so that's a good unit against infantry units at the distance. But once the Urumis get close enough, they will also take out the elephants. Looks like they have some extra, or some. Not extra, but they have, yeah, decent melee unit. This seems like they produce real quickly as well. The trebuchet is going out, which means that the ballista elephants will be much harder to mass. Beautiful castle in the middle here, as it will cover a huge and a tiny gold pile over here. Just clinically placing these castles in both good offensive positions for siege pushing and to protect the core resources needed for continued production here for Sapient Fest. We'll need more than one trap though, and the light cab should not be doing great against monks. There's cover fire from the castle, so it's probably going to be okay. After all, only one monk going down there. Urumis aiming for another town center. And now Sapient Fest just needs to find the last few locations that Red Clifford is. Ooh, look at that beautiful Khmer farming eco in the corner. Yeah, needs to find the areas Red Clifford has expanded to. He's going Imperial Age. Where is he researching that? It's behind the castle here, so that should be fine. More trebuchets finally coming out for Sapient Fest as well. That's going to strengthen this push. But that castle is like on a mini hill, so it's not that that quick to take out. Nice. One stray villager over there mining some resources. Now we're actually at a ballista elephant count that could be decent enough to take out the Urubis here. So long as they're not allowed to get close enough. Okay, not enough Urubis here to deal with even 4 ballista elephants. But doesn't Sapient Fest already have the monks? Where are the monks? He could easily convert some ballista elephants here. To get some more monks out on the field. He could get block printing as well for extra range. He's definitely going to play with more castles here for added map positioning, map control. The Red Clifford makes it to the Imperial Age as well, but is this Imp into GD? Actually gets a decent chunk of ballista elephants out there, still keeps the castle up, tries to produce trebuchets to survive this pressure, but that's gonna be tougher. Castle about to go down as well, maybe that first treb even doesn't go out, this 3, no, only 2 trebuchets pushing here. I hate the repair mechanic in this game. That 10 villagers can keep this castle repaired against 2 trebuchets for so long. It's just ridiculous. I still think it's silly how quickly you can recover hit points with strong weapons pushing. But it's obviously a drain on the economy. It's gonna cost a lot of stone, and when you run out of stone you can't repair anymore, but... More traps! We need more traps, guys. Have this guy join in, maybe. Red Clifford might be looking at a no TC situation soon, or maybe just 1 TC up there. He's down about 20 villagers, but he's also losing one of his forward castles. Maybe not the worst loss ever for Sapient Fest if that one goes down. He doesn't have any villagers to repair. But 2 traps just not enough to keep this one going here. There's still stone being mined somewhere. Yeah, in the back here, lots of stone to go. So this castle stays up. I'm impressed that Red Clifford has been able to keep this position in the corner for so long. But it's still very far behind in terms of build tree and economic progression. So it's... even if this castle stays up, Red Clifford needs to retake some of the map and... or reclaim some of the map and... get that army production pumping. Is it GG when this castle goes down? That's the question. Red Clifford successfully taking out one of the forward castles of Sapient Fest, but there's another one going up here, denying another gold. Urumis, 23 of them. Castle finally going down, is it? Stone count's going low. And there it is. Stone is out. Castle goes down. Urumis ready to roam and take it out. Talking about the next matchup. Hey, I'm hungry as well. I'm going to fetch the next game, start it, because it's only 5 minutes in, and make a quick bathroom break while I'm at it. Yeah, that was low attack on these Urumi, but they seem to do the work against the curve. Let's note the civilizations here. Still chatting? Oh yeah. Stole from the university dining hall. Alright, let's see if you have the next one here. Not started yet, is it? Belgium, huh? That's a different Nomad player, but I'll allow it. Oops. What are you talking about? Sneaking bird scorpions, so that was the plan. Nice. Okay. Updated Zark. Doesn't look like Omdeuter is online, but it could just be a do not. If they haven't started yet, that's... yeah, I'm going to try to catch them. Zark seems to be online, so hopefully he sees this. Okay, Omdeuter is not in answering. We'll give him 5 or 10 minutes-ish. Sorry, 4. Oh, 14. Nice. It's okay, Zark. If he's not here within 10 minutes, since it's been announced here as well, the approximate time, then we'll just advance you and leave it at that. So that's actually kind of good, because it gives me a moment to quick bathroom break and grab something to eat. Be right back. Okay. So it's beginning to look like it's Zark. It's funny because he's online. He wasn't just a moment ago. Short break, get games closer to on schedule. We're behind, aren't we? Yeah, we're 15 minutes behind to the start of this one. Fourteen. That's true. If you good point. If we avoid an admin win here, we're actually ahead of schedule. That's true. Maybe you could play 6:30 GMT. You definitely could, but I don't want to reward players for reward. I don't want players to. That would delay the next round and everything to some extent. I wouldn't want that. Uh, well, Zark, you are here in the chat. You are around. You've been ready. You should definitely just get going, Cappy. Go for it. So that's. To be honest, I expected something like this to happen for a live event, so. So it's been taken into consideration. No, Chris Cappy are here. Go for it. Yeah, I go to lunch, Zark. See you later. No, where's Cap coming up next? Cappy in the... is Cappy in the 2Ks now? It's just Cappy. 19 something. Nope, should be in the 16, 1700s. Okay, not too far off, but also not close. Well, it's that one again. Okay, that's a very... Oh nope, it's going with the Goths! This should be fun. Oh, I didn't expect that. Alright, starting with the transport ship. They're even transporting geese from the neutral islands. This is some high-level tryharding at work here. Some random baddies here that can't really be milled in a little island, but it's still looks pretty. Maybe you'd transport your lumberjack over here for safe lumberjacking for until the naval fighting starts. Huh? Anyway, we are live now. We've caught up with live. Looks like Nope has had some food issues because he is with 14 seconds of idle this time. Cappy, however, at 0, but that's because it's Lithuanians. Starting with 150 extra food gives you a much more fluent start for Nomad start maps. This generation has two rather larger lakes and a small one down here as well, but that's only one deep fish, not too much to... Yeah, not really worth a dock here. Maybe you can't even dock because of the placement of the fish here, you have to dock there, but... South side also not really worth it, only 2 deep fish here, some shore fish. Maybe 3 fishing ships and you could get some value here later on, but... We're past 5 minutes, so it's actually okay to lame now. But, oh, it's so annoying to dock the fish food and drop off like Note just did there. Just gonna double check again that we are live. I didn't know they could stack like that. That's a couple of fish working for Nope there. they're starting pretty far away from each other. I do favor Cappy's position more. He has lots of berries next to it here. It's slow. But yeah, Bulgarians have been played twice. That's the only sim that's been played twice. So we might have to do a coin flip for the next ban. Nope has gold next to the TC, has a woodland of course as well. Food sources maybe a bit on the scarcer side, but there are some hunt patches here that could be milled. I guess he could also dock down south here as well. It's going to be tough to contest Lithuanians on water though with He's never gonna drop off that goose, is he? So it's gonna be... Okay, he's not blocking it now actually. Or berries in the back here for Cappy. He's gonna need the mill as the second building to go up anyway, so that might be the one of the main reasons to go for a mill here. The fish count is comparable. Nope, going for a few more fish, but Cappy definitely going to be the first one to click Fuel Age here. As Nope with Goffs tries to flex some quick ball skills here and take out the horse, but now is not going to be able to follow that one anymore. The neighbors going. Yeah, there's definitely deep fish here to be taken. Okay, so there's still. That's why they're keeping the fishing ships like no transport ships like that. It still makes pathing a lot more awkward for the fishing ships. And now Cappy's transport actually can't get anywhere. Not sure if it's intentional or not, but it's still funny. Here comes the barracks for Goffs. He is going to go right at it and have some fun with Goffs infantry spam style play here, and it's not even going to, might not even bother going to the fuel age yet. 3 on gold, safe next to the TC. He is going fuel age, so it's men at arms or possibly even some archers to be played here. Oh my god, indeed. Latest news, by the way, Umdeuter and Zark, they are playing after all. I won't be covering it live because they are playing it at the same time as this one. Since I finally reached Umdeuter. He had read the time wrong. So that's unfortunate, but either I cast that wreck at the very end of the session today, or we just move it on and not show that particular game live. 2 fires out for Cappy. Up north here still has his horse. That's the case for the both of them. Nope is going for triple barracks men at arms here. And doesn't really have any farming economy at home. He has to rely on the slow food source like the herdables. He's going to lose his fish. He's not even going to try to contest it. And unfortunately also not a surprise here at Cappy's side, because Cappy has about an outpost here. He sees all 3 barracks. And he's probably going to change plans and maybe go for some archers of his own here or something. It's... Nope goes straight for the gold here, but it's gold in the back here for Cappy, so Cappy should be able to make ranged units. Nope blacksmith yet for Nope, but he has 13 men-at-arms currently. Forces Cappy to invest into stone walls here. Nope has scouting intel around here as well, so he could just move around, try to find some weak spots as Cappy drops the range, and he's already on wood and gold anyway. Well, he needs to relocate to the gold in the back here, but he's still gonna have gold access. If not for this back gold, Cappy is a little bit more in trouble, because he's at the left side corner of the map without any particular gold access. So if Nope has this scouted, which he doesn't, but if he had this scouted, he could deny that as well, and then Cappy would be in trouble. Cappy seems to be taking the meta approach. Nope, very much not so. He's already with 16 men-at-arms and is producing out of 2 barracks consistently here. He is gonna look for some weak spots to enter. How many men-at-arms to kill a TC? Towers when? Also a valid question. 1 tower here, and Cappy's gold situation is completely cut off, but it's already been forced to immense defensive towers, and Nope just sacrifices men-at-arms right into TC fire. Maybe he'll be able to have the TC shoot some of them as well. He's in, actually. He's in. But it's going to need a heck of a lot more men-at-arms to to take out the TC here. This is men-at-arms into men-at-arms, and my friend Umut Dennis, aka Umut Dennis, and his 40 skirms, he would be proud of Nope's approach here. It's, in a sense, it's... No, it's not working. Nope is 122 in KD, so he's losing his military, while Cappy is going... finally Cappy is going to go for this gold, I think, to field more archers. No? Not really reaching critical mass here, but certainly reducing the worker efficiency of Cappy here. Gold is back to be claimed for Cappy here, so he doesn't even need the gold in the back here just yet. That's probably where those foragers are going to go though, and once Cappy has enough gold, he's going to be able to go to the Castle Age as well. And suddenly the Feudal Age Goth's pressure isn't really that much of an issue. I think with upgrades, Nope might have been able to take out the archery range with men-at-arms alone, but without attack upgrades, it's going to struggle more. Cappy now able to produce some archers, even able to click Castle Age here, which means that he'll be able to upgrade the archers to crossbows, should he wish to, as well. He will be losing some of them to the men-at-arms here, but once again, walling off his very own little starting site here. It's beginning to look like a deformed arena or something. While at home base, Nope hasn't really been able to extend this economy all that much. He could have docked the south side here for the little fish that is and go into some fish traps maybe, but it's investing everything into men-at-arms. So it's just trolling his way into inevitable defeat here by the looks of it right now, because he can't really deny enough resources with the men-at-arms here to stop Cappy from claiming the map control with his mobility and stronger units in the Castle Age. Well, that's called that though. It's a good good entertainment value in the all-in men at arms. Still no upgrades on them. Of them. Gas station into GG, quite possibly. Nope is relying on the Goff's infantry bonus against buildings here, I think. But if he had the attack upgrade as well, you might be able to take out the production buildings more efficiently. Hoping Cappy goes full monk, maybe. Is 11 on gold. It's not unheard of, but why would he want to convert men at arms when he could make crossbows or knights to just melt them? I found a good patch of hunt over here. So there's some food income for nope, but he is going to be forever feud late here, that's for sure. This now up against crossbows, they have Bodkin arrow in as well. Cappy is making mangonels to defend, so if he gets some good splatter shots in on these men at arms, he will weaken them significantly. As if the crossbows weren't enough on their own to clean this up. The fun thing about all-in infantry like this is that when it works really well. If you could deny the gold especially, then your opponent can't make archers, and they'll struggle so hard to keep your infantry away. What Nope would have needed here was one tower with that one forward builder. Would have probably been enough. You could have dropped the tower here, and then suddenly one of the two golds of Cappy is off limits. But now Cappy has comfortably reached the castle age, has the food income from the fish still, might go into some fish traps soon here, but there's still a little bit of deep fish to be taken as well. And having cleaned up the infantry rush, is now ready to go for the counter-attack. And if he, for example, finds the hunting going on over here, or just finds a way to hit the exposed farming economy of Nope over here, I don't see any easy way for Nope to deal with this. He is going to the castle age though, so he's going to go into longswords next. Once again, trying to look for weak spots to enter. This could also be one. Take out a house here and hope there's an overchop behind here. And longswords with the appropriate defense upgrades, they could actually take out town centers in decent mass. Cappy needs to pull back home, so he's being denied the option to go for a counter-attack here. Looks like Nope's forward production is coming into an end there. And he's left with only 5 men-at-arms to not Nope, but Cappy. Left with only 5 men-at-arms to upgrade into the next stage. Nice idea, said Cappy. Oh, you barely only scratched the surface of Nope's infantry masterpieces here. Yeah, it's fun. I like how people are trying things and doing some crazy stuff. Goths. Probably not gonna get banned here. Oops. Lithuanians also, just one for now. Yeah. Someone barracks until town watch. Nice. That's actually not done yet. Let's see if they... Okay, Karadriva is ready. Perfect. Perfect. And that should also be the last one, unless we want to dive into the Umdeuter match as well. You take that back. It's just sad you didn't make monks, Cappy. Did it launch already, or...? Mm. El Matador. Was really fun to be held by watching the last game. That was nice. We were missing towers, or tower. Why can't I find this? Capilope is sorted. Okay, they didn't launch it yet. That's fine, we're ahead of schedule, which is nice. Actually, okay, so it probably just has a different in-game name. It's Urban. Wait, yeah, okay, that's his. That's his account. Okay. Take a small break then. We're waiting for Cararibe and Bourbon to launch. So just super high tech message here. Zark and Umdeuter indeed finished their games. And we're about to get Cararibe versus Bourbon, who seems to be playing at not the account he signed up with, but maybe also just change the in-game name on this one, so I'm not gonna bother with that in any way now, anyway. Red taking the transport ship to dock far up in the north here, and then going to move the villager away because there's no shorefish to be eaten here. Didn't have the best starting villager spawn, but they don't seem to be locked in any way, are they? This is a bit awkward for Karanrima, but I think he's gonna find an opening here. Yeah, that's fine. Some lake situation here, a couple of deep fish down here. This could be around here could be a decent dock for Karanrime, if that's allowed. If you can build the dock there. The top side, we already have the dock of and Karanrima chose to dock the biggest area as well. It makes sense, I guess. And Red tries to get the villager back home. It's a bit unfortunate. Needs to use the transport, but there's access here, so it's able to get to the rest of the home area. So sneaky little palisade walls there from Karanrime could also house a palisade foundation around here, maybe. I think he's gonna do it, actually. Is this a walling villager? Or a gate here, perhaps? Or an outpost? What's the plan here? Oh, nice. But isn't that actually within range of the TC? Oh, it's not. Just outside. Clever move. It's all landlocked by wood here. It's closed off. So you can't move through around here. Well, that denies Red and the easy entry to Karanime's side, doesn't it? It's still open around here, so you could go here, all the way around here and in here, so Karanime still needs to... Or Karanime still needs to get a couple of palisades up here if any melee units find their way around here, but it's quite the way to go. Idle times very much comparable here. The fish situation is actually, yeah, it's slightly ahead for the Mongols, but nothing too significant. The TC is on berries, so that's some easy food access right there, and the fact that the boar is being brought in here now by Vidadmans is going to provide an even faster source of food here to move on. But Karanime actually has the eco lead. Slightly higher idle TC time, but I guess the TC completed earlier as well. That's the situation here. Interesting. I thought that was a mining camp at first, but it would be a little bit too early to invest into stone. We actually haven't even mentioned the civilizations here, but we have another two civilizations here: Mongols for Red with Advance, and Mayans for Karanrime. So Mayans, longer lasting resources, always gonna come in handy. They might fall a bit short on water naval fighting, but they do start with an extra villager as well, so they have the potential to compete for the uptime with the Mongols, at least in terms of numbers of villagers going up. At the very least, if you're not able to get up as early as the Mongols, at least you're able to get up at a competitive time with a stronger economy. It's a good variety of civs indeed. We've had almost 10 different ones now, and barely any repeats, so it's actually going to be difficult to find which one to ban, but maybe definitely Bulgarians, and then a coin flip for the second one. Fuel age is clicked for Red. It means that Karanrime very likely will need to give up the naval situation here. Red has also walled off this section so any ships can... Okay, I guess they can't pass through there actually. But yeah, it's also walling off to keep Karadriva out here. So a bit of a passive game, maybe to be expected, especially from the Mayans. To... How does he even see that there's shorefish there? Good spot. Muddy shorefish, yummy. Let's put Jip out to block a little bit of resource drop here. A few ledges in. Thanks for the follow, Jimaras. That's a familiar name somehow. Maybe from the Viridark's Discord or something. So the first... Wait! Why isn't Vidadmans not... Why isn't Vidadmans making any naval armies here? Looks like it's just straight fast castle-ish. It's lacking some food for that. But seriously though, one fire galley here and you do well. Karadriba isn't making any efforts either. I mean, it's not that much fish, but it's like 6 fishing ships for the red player. Oh, there's been plenty of variety in the S-tier tournaments as well recently, like Chariot. They have like best of 7 rounds on different maps, and I'm not entirely agreeing with that. And they do use new maps. Seriously? Oh, finally, some fire galleys. Come on, guys. Get started. They're both FCing at the same population as well. 31 eco units. It's one more villager for Karadriba. Also dropped a couple of ranges to go into crossbows and eventually arbalest here. Don't think Karadriba has any villager to commit to repairs here. That could have been the one that went all the way back here to wall off, so no repair micro possible. Red, however, does so. There's not that much deep fish left to be taken here, but it frees up some space for fish traps later on, so still something to think about. Yeah, it looks like Karadriba is just going to give up on water. It could be a fake naval investment as well to force Vidadmans to invest a little bit more into the fire galleys and the naval situation as well. No stone mine for Karadriba. In fact, he must have sold 100 stone to Castle Age here, but keeps after the Mongols, so certainly value. Archers out, I like that as well, because that could help in denying a Mongol's castle from going up, depending on when and where red places that one, that is. For the time being though, trying to break into Vidadman's base, castle coming up right on the TC here, protecting the gold, stone, wood, berries, everything, and at best Karadriba will be able to get one villager kill here, I'd say. Just trying to look for options to range the villagers, but sadly does not succeed. The good news here is that if Karadriba starts mining stone, which he has done, he could get the castle up on the hill of his own there, and he should be able to, late game, use trebuchets to take down this castle from his own side. Like a DC coming up. And Fiddleman's docks the right side pond as well. Not very much fish to be taken here, but fish traps could provide some continued food access, sustainable food access. But with the second town center, that should mean that at least if the food eco allows, Karanrive should be able to produce villagers out of 2 town centers and establish a villager's lead over the red player here. Another attempt from Karadrime to move through, but I think the castle ranges most of these units need to pull over here, maybe to... Oh, there's palisades here as well, yeah. It's really not being allowed access to the Mongols' base in any way here. Maybe I should try to break these palisades and then transport over. Would be an option. Finally, the second town center from Pit Edmonds as well, with the docking villager not really needed for repairs up here anymore. All of the deep fish has been depleted. Some shorefish still being eaten here, but Red certainly didn't overinvest here. Only 2 fire galleys and about to have 3 town centers producing, which is also the case for Karadrive, who has 3 tiles of stone around here. In fact, controls a lot of the resources on the map with this kind of wall-off. This is a place where both players should envision themselves placing a castle soon enough. It would cover a lot of resources and also a good hill to seek refuge from attacks or just fall back with your attacking units. I like how Karadrime redocked the south side here with a new dock. Would, of course, need to make new fishing ships, but there's a lot of food generation happening from these 5 fish down here. It does spot a dock as well, so the reaction should be now to get a galley out, perhaps. Or a fire galley, but I think a galley would be more useful to take out the villager that will essentially repair the attacking ships. No production though, so either Karadrive doesn't really mind here, or it's just got other things to attend to for the time being. It's dropping at 3rd range. The pathfinding seems to... Isn't this blocking, actually? Can you move through here at all? Maybe if you collect a relic. Quite a chunk of mango there out, but they sort of have the same issues as Karadrime here. They can't really comfortably move around, but these are Videdman's walls, so you can also just delete some of those, at least these, for easier entry into the mine space. There's also trying an ambitious side castle here with 1 villager. What? What? Okay, at least he's not going to get it in the spot he wants to, but he could still drop it elsewhere. This is still a good castle spot, of course, for his purpose. Okay, he has more builders coming. That explains it. He sent builders from this area to place a castle, maybe on the hill here, but Karadrime has some crossbows out. He has a group over here as well. He could deny this castle, I think. He has 7 crossbows to 8 villagers. That should be alright. He has Bodkin in, obviously. That's one of the first ones you get for these kinds of units as well. That's 1 villager of his own, whatever that guy is doing there, but he's probably just joined into the group. No, he goes into fight. Castle gets denied, and Bourbon, as is also called, misses out on a good forward castle attempt here. Look at the Mango Knife taking the freaking long way around here. Just takes them forever to get to anything with the way the woodlands have spawned on this map. But that's partly his own fault as well. Could have deleted some of these walls and just broke through this one to have an easier way to get there, perhaps. Solid chunk of crossbows, ballistics is in, no armor. Not something to stress for the ranged units, but also outnumbering the Mangadai, so proper call from the Mayans here to get into that. Karadrime, however, excuse me, running a bit low on food, but all the more wood in the bank. There's not a heck of a lot of farming space here to go for, so that's obviously an issue. That's why they're moving out to the sides as well to claim war area. Second castle going up for the Mongols here, quite heavily housed at the moment, but once this completes, that's not going to be an issue anymore. It looks like Karadrime needs to buy food to keep the town centers working here. He's behind by only 10 builders, so keeping up nicely with the higher rated player here. This is probably about 400-500 elo between these two, so I think this is a map where you, or a map generation where you want to get into onagers or just chop through like Karadrime is doing here as well. Quite thin woodland, almost chaos pit style, and then to find places to hit. Mobility on Mangadai is so dangerous how they can just dance around and dodge shots, but Karadrime getting a nice fight here. Bourbon isn't really watching currently. He has a Mangonel in the back that's been hidden away. Could be bad news. With the castle up, Karadrime gets Bloomed Archers out as well, which is a fast moving, quickly moving foot archers of the Mayans. Produces rather quickly as well, and could be played sort of in the same as a cavalry archer. Forward siege workshop now, Mangonels to push the town center and to defend against the crossbows. Karadrime with a 1-for-0 shot there, nice. It's probably been too long since Karadrime played in the ranked 1v1s, but his main account is in the 1400s 1v1, but his Smurf Inca's only account, U-Turtle Tower, it is touched upon the 1600s. So obviously a solid player, but with Edmonds or Bourbon is more in the almost 2k range, so but it's the only one punishing the opposing players. Economy situation here is red, to be fair. Oh, almost got a great shot in there with the Mangonel as well. Still no defense at all for Karadrime with the Mayans. Gonna lose some more units now to not being able to dodge that Mangonel. 1-for-1 Mangonel shot, and no more Mangonels in the queue currently for Vid Edmonds. But Imperial Age, however, is on the way. Karadrime not quite there yet. Still floating a lot of wood. Could have invested into more fish and fish traps, perhaps. But it's keeping the mango dye away as well. 2 castles now producing them, however. And with the Imperial Age, going to be able to range quite a bit of Caradrimes production over here as well. So you're consistently misspelling his name, Emu Warrior, so don't be surprised bot doesn't want to give you it. The Mangonels, defensive of Caradrimes now, also going Imperial Age here, so we'll be able to make trebuchets from behind here. Trebuchets could also cut trees, mind you, so that might be a point of entry for either player here to get into the opponent's base without them noticing it immediately. It's such thin woodlands here, 2 trees to chop down by trebuchets, and this is basically almost down already. But it's a massive head start to the Imperial Age. Onager being researched immediately by Videdmans here, so it's probably going to be an Onager cut on this side then, and maybe some treb pushing on this castle as well. Attempting a push here, but Caradrimes will spot a castle here if he moves a few tiles further. Might be better to just pull back and stay close to the home base on the hill here. This might be one of the longest games so far, actually. Right, so Onager's up here could also be just a reaction to the Mangonel crossbow situation here. Here comes a tower, watchtower on the left hand side to deny some stone access from Caradrimes, also possibly provide some defense, and quickly stops that castle foundation, seeing the tower foundation going up. Caradrimes is in the 1400s, at least currently. See if challenge is cooperating today. Okay, we have lots of Onagers from the red player over here. What's going on in the middle? It's some Treb from Caradrimes here. Wants to deal with the castle over here. Could also cut through the trees with trebuchets and try for some kind of sneak situation there. Rail is in for the Mongols situation, so Trebs takes too long. It's a matter of 2 trees here. Take Chariot. But obviously onagers are more efficient. Quite a few onagers here. Drill onagers, mind you now, they move at pretty impressive speed per onager. Oh, look at that, they get a hit in as well. Siege Engineers is in as well. One trap will likely go down here, but there's some panic repairs going on here. It still stays up. But if this castle goes down, the Mangudai or even the onagers can easily just dive in here and take out this trebuchets, no problem. Lots of resources in the bank for red here now. More, yeah, enough stone for another castle as well. Trebuchets successfully taking out the castle on this side. Could maybe be rebuilt a little bit further back. See, Carnaribe, I think he's going to try to make an opening here. See, just take out this tree and this tree, and you have passage over to... Okay, no, it's re-walling, never mind. Never mind. Still repairing the castle, still able to do so. Eagle Warriors are out. The response to the siege, I'm sure. And if they catch up with the Mongols, they should be decent enough as well. Drill siege onagers, the dream. Here they come. 1 minute 30 seconds, and we have drill siege onagers confirmed. And the eagles, they are not even allowed to get remotely close to the onagers. Seeing a similar situation to the Emu Warrior first game here. Building a massive economy, making everything basically. And I think we might see a situation where the siege onagers could take out the castle here. Stone situation 100-ish. Kanranrime might need to buy stone to keep up these repairs. Oh, oh, oh. Ow. Peel is missing. Yeah, but he tried to go for eagles, right? So he's gone for some of the infantry defense. He has Bracer in because he has been playing crossbow or arbalest style approach here. Game is getting a little bit choppy here, but that could be in-game lag or it could be on my end, I'm not sure. Still somehow keeps this castle up. Castles up. And where are the siege onagers? They're on the back over here. They're gonna move over to the other side now with the Mangudai. Oh, clever walling here from Bourbon. He's actually just able to range the traps. Of course, is subject to a little bit of castle fire here as well. But the Mangudai successfully taking out 2 out of the 3 trebuchets here. Oh, this... Imagine a siege onager shot over here. You could just use the siege onagers to make an opening in the woodland, and then BAM! I think I was thinking about it for a moment over here. Still sort of breaking through a little bit over here. Light Cav, soon to be Hussar, Siege Ram coming in. Drill Siege Ram, mind you, because Drill was in quite a little while ago. Castle finally goes down. Karadriba has enough stone to drop another one, but where's that gonna go? He probably needs to claim some of this area to get there, but I've heard some... Eagles counter siege. GG. Yes, GG. GG, well played, well fought by Karadriba, but it is Bourbon taking the win, as should be expected when you're about 500 elo higher. In most cases, you'll win. Very strange map. It's a nice map. But the generation was indeed strange. Oh crap, I forgot to... Sorry, forgot the stats. So we had Mayans and Mongols. Mongols now used twice. Mayans currently only once. Where's Mayans going in here? Here maybe. You ready, Emu? Emu? Bulgarians and Mongols. Yeah, I saw there was some lag issues. Oh, come on. There. So you're up against Emalius. Emu. He might or might not be around. I'm going to shoot him a message, but we could say start at, well, in 7 minutes. That should be 6:30 GMT. We'll give Emalius some time if he's not around already to get started. Hello, Bourbon. Mongols is banned now. It's not. It was not banned. It's getting banned for the next round. Here we go again. Round of 8. And the post. Good one, Zaki. Good one. Okay. Big pawns again for this spawn. This looks unpassable, as does this. So here's actually a generation where Imbu Warrior and Embodius won't immediately be fighting for the water. In fact, they will. This is like one lake each. So they'll both be fish booming for free for a while, I think, unless Emu finds a way to use this transport ship. He could dock here as well with his land builders, but I mean, he needs to scout that to realize that there's dock going up. He knows that. That's a little bit of an issue here for Embodius actually, because he's not going to be able to scout Emu's left side as easily. I love this Nations Cup game action. What do you mean? What do you mean? Ah, yeah. Well. Sneak commercial. It's like product placement, you know? Interestingly enough, Emu hasn't gone for Teutons this game, like he did the previous set. I should have 100% said in the handbook or thought about a hidden sim pick, no repeat, but since I didn't state any no repeat, it's only the banned sims from each round that applies. Oh, good reaction there, bringing the boar in just in time. And another war close to the TC, so decent start here for the Spanish. Free fish boom as well. That makes the Conquistador play all the much stronger. We might get a bit of an upset here if Emu plays his cards correctly, but it's still about 500 elo between the players here, so it's gonna be a tough one for Emu. It's gonna be an uphill battle, but his positioning. He could wall here, he could wall, or I guess there's water here, he could still transport, but he could certainly deny some land movement of Embodius through some rather simple walls here. Always the transport ships making the fish drop-off more awkward. It's becoming meta on this map to use your starting transport ship to obstruct the other player from dropping off fish. And Wallace has found the lava over here. There seems to be passage since the horse is able to get over here. Maybe if he uses the lava to scout a little bit, or just uses this horse to move further over here. It's gonna spot the double dock. I mean, this is a lot of fishing ships for just 5 or 6 deep fish. It feels like an overinvestment from Emu. But at the same time... you could convert that to fish traps later and have a fairly safe food source. You could also arguably wall off this section and make it really difficult for Emalius to get to dock and contest your fish on this side. So it's a good spot by Imbu to find the fish on this side, to be able to keep the free fish and free food income for so long. Emalius seems to be opening archers here. It's actually committing to some feudal age aggression here. Having the crossbows entering the castle age might not be such a bad thing either against the first few conquistadors. There's not going to be any... Ooh. I was going to say there's not going to be any naval action here, but there is one fire galley for Emalius, maybe just a preemptive unit to, and also a means to take out this transport ship. Blacksmith market for Emu, no surprise there. 5 villagers on stone, gonna go for a castle. Has another pile of stone right next to TC, so this is like the dream town center spot for Spanish. Archers out, not nearly enough to do any significant damage here, but they could be used to deny the castle as it comes up in the cast stage. Evu just clicked to the cast stage, going to have a few seconds lead to the cast stage, but it's only like a 10 seconds. Second range coming up for the Khmer here, double range crossbows for the Khmer, and appropriate unit choice to get a decent chunk of crossbows to deal with conquistadors as they pop out. So, what are we looking at here? Double ranges, 6 archers for now. Going to be a few more once the houses pop up here to allow the production to continue. Looks like Emalius found the town center of Emu. Castle Age is in, as is it for Emalius, and the Spanish castle, that's just not going to be stoppable here, is it? So many builders, and Spanish builders, they build more quickly as well. No bodkin, no crossbow. It is affordable. Bodkin would be an option, crossbow going in. Okay, but certainly not going to deny this castle. Might get some villagers along the way. It's a low eco approach, but Emu still has some deep fish to be taken here, and maybe some short fish, but that'll need to invest into fish traps. Okay, the castle is up. Emalius knows what's coming. We'll probably drop a monastery soon, won't he? University for ballistics probably as well, to have the crossbows fire more accurately against the conquistadors. Conquistadors and counting, obviously no bloodlines yet. The first armor is in as well. But Emalius is going to put the is going to put the choke points to good use here. The conquistadors might not easily get to Emalius's economy. He has 2 town centers, 2 emus, 1, so it's 1 villager lead for Emalius. Ballistics just about to come in here is going to make it a lot easier to hit the Conquistadors. However, Bodkin hasn't been researched yet, but it is on the way now. Another TC goes up on a secondary gold here for Emalius. And if he's able to extend enough, get some pure farm economy running, or just eat the herdables for that matter, is also going to be able to get to the Imperial Age well ahead of Emu, which means he'll have access to Arbalests and Trebs. However, no Thunbreak, but he makes some fantastic trades against the first Conquistadors here. And now suddenly the map positioning of Emalius makes perfect sense. He has the hill, he has the choke points, the Conquistadors. I mean, if Emalius walls this area somehow, and possibly here, then it's going to be impossible for the Conquistadors to work here. So, great choice with the double range archers into crossbows here. Rushing ballistics, obviously, to be able to fire more accurately as well. Crossbows moving around, trying to find some damage here. Second TC of... Yeah, it's Emu's fault that we disconnected. It might happen again. The internet here is... unfortunately, always, or far from reliable, I should say. Hey, Emu has been able to... He's docked the south side here. Okay, so he can't do eco damage on land, so he does eco damage on water instead, but all of the fish has been taken, so Embodies would have needed to invest into fish traps anyway if he loses the fish here. It's not that big of a deal at this point. He will need to seed more farms to compensate though. So it might impact the idle time quite a bit here. Rocket in the back now, gonna trade some of that gold for whatever resources are needed to keep going here. Could consider buying towards the Imperial Age as well, and food economy is working fairly quickly, so for the converter, so it, even having lost the fish, it shouldn't take Emalius too long to be able to get to the next age here. Ebu, however, winning this naval situation here, might be able to transport some conquistadors over, and suddenly he could use that mobility. So it's not entirely out yet. Beautiful castle on the hill here from Emalius, that's going to deny any conquistadors completely from that angle. Even able to take out the range over here. There were some crossbow raids over on this side as well, but that seems to have been dealt with. And Emalius slowly expanding to the north while at the same time raiding Emu's expansions, now taking out the stone miners of Emu. He has stone access close to home, but when or Yeah, it's only a matter of when. When Emalius makes it to the Imperial Age here, he already has a castle on the hill with trebuchets to push this town center first maybe, and then the castle, and suddenly the Conquistadors investment won't really do anything. Transport ship, transporting Conquistadors. Let's see how Emalius responds to that. He has no armies at home right now, so this could be tough. This is a smart move by Emu here. It's only 4 Conquistadors, but there are no immediate... There's not even a monastery here from Emalius. He might not expect this, and he's vulnerable at this time because he's going to the Imperial Age as well. Got 37 farmers working, he's got 94 villagers, so he's got a massive economic lead over Emu, and he immediately reacts to the movement here as well. So he could obviously send some crossbows over, maybe he has enough to deal with it here. Or he could also put down a monastery and just try to get some conversions in. Should be some kills here, for sure. But we're just running past! Get him! Ay, ay, ay. Emu is playing the Conquistadors pacifist style here, that's what he's doing. He seems to like to kill farms instead of villagers. That's okay. Now the Conquistadors go. Maybe he should have sent more while he was at it. There's the Imperial Age for Emalius, as been talking about. Emu is on the way, to be fair, and he's researching it in the town center behind this castle, so he should be able to reach Imperial Age comfortably. However, with this kind of head start to the Imperial Age for Emalius and the trebuchets already on the way, it's going to be tough for Emu to take any kind of treb wars here. He's made good use of the fish to the side, seeded fish traps, so he still has consistent, essentially unraidable farming economy. But Emalius doesn't seem too bothered about that. Monk's doing some work as well, denying a castle up north of Emalius, but this is where the action is at now. Crossbows, potentially to become arbalists here. They have Bracer in. Lacking some defense upgrades. I would expect chemistry to be researched soon if it isn't already. Or maybe it wants to switch into Bazaar and some other kind of unit here with the Khmer. Bracer is in for the crossbows, so they should easily be able to deal with mangonels with that extra range and attack. And third trebuchet now on the way as well. The siege workshop should be made quick work of with the trebs firing for appeal here, and mangonel isn't really a threat now that Arbalest and Bracer is on the way in. And Conquistadors also not really useful in this matchup, given that Arbalest now is in and they outrange the Conquistadors even more. They have ballistics, they hit more accurately for that reason. Still missing chemistry, I think, which is the last upgrade that the Arbalest will benefit from for Emalius here. But looking at the KD, Emu has been taking trades as well. It's been killing some eco units, and it's with 50 kills to 52 deaths here. But it's about to lose one castle, might lose another one over here as well if Emalius... he doesn't see it going up, but he's gonna spot it soon enough with the line of sight of the crabs as he moves further into the base. castles on the shoreline from Amalius as well. This should prevent any landings, new landings from EMU to be particularly successful, unless you research chemistry as EMU and go for Spanish cannon galleons here to deal with these castles. But he doesn't have a means to deal with the RLS. His eco is relatively low for a Spanish Imperial Age here, and he just can't make a switch into elite skirmishers. So EMU losing that one to Amalius, also something we might expect at this kind of elo difference. Sounds good, says Kruppe. Finally gonna get his first match. Hold on. No, challenge is working again. Zaki Kruppe coming up. Amalius taking this one. It's still best of one all the way. We could probably... Not all the way. The final is going to be... Final is going to be best of 3. 1-1-3. Perfect. Zaki Kruppe coming up. They're both in the chat. They're ready to go. And this was Bourbon's game. What's the rating situation here? Kruppe, here we are. 11-17, 1v1. And Zaki being, should be relatively far ahead. 55 currently, so about 400 elo difference between these two. Okay, I think we have... Right, we need to add the sieves as well. Sieves... Spanish 1. There. 1. Might be a dice roll to decide this, or we'll bring the first round of 16 into the equation as well. Nice to have the Rex here, just for later. Here's the lobby ID, Zaki and Kruppe going for their match. Clan Anvil, that's right. Kruppe. Maybe the launch already. Epic agedness. Let's see what kind of saves they have for us here. Britons. Britain. So Britons for Kruppe. They're quite close. Britons could pay off here with an early archers play, early feudal age archers, and just to claim the map and deny Emperor Zaki expansion here. Not to mention the extra range of Britain's ranged units. +1 range in the Castle Age, +1 in the Imperial Age. First time we see Britons here, first time we see Portuguese as well. And if Zaki gets to the Castle Age first here, he's gonna place a castle on this hill, right on the TC of Kruppe, and maybe here to deny these resources, and then just destroy him completely with the organ guns. Even though Britain's crossbows technically outrange organ guns, don't they? British crossbows with bodkin, that's 8+3. The organ guns, though, I have like 6 or 7-ish. Big lakes again. But this time around, the left side, definitely the side you'd want to dock for the fish. Kruppe is on it. Zaki didn't even really scout the area yet. The right-hand side has less deep fish, but still large naval area. Lots of water on this map, or feels like a lot more than on many of the other generations. Well, if, at the very least he sees the dock going up. That's... Wait, should we actually... I think we should restart... Should we restart it because the transport ships are trapped? Opinions in chat? It does limit scouting a little bit, but it's the same for both of them. It's the same for both of them. So it's actually, it's not really... It doesn't give one player any significant advantage, I would say. Because they're both stuck. I think we'll let it play on. It sucks for the fact that you can't really scout this side, but it's not, it's the same for both. That's why I think it's not necessarily disastrous. And they have the horses, so actually they could still scout this area, come to think of it. It's just that their transports are less useful in the early game here. I think I'll let them go. Zaki going for the dock over here. That's a smart move actually, because he knows that Kruppe has docked this area. There's 4 deep fish to be taken. Might not even be worth for Zaki to move all the way over here to contest that, even if it's a free food source for quite a while and potential fish trapping. Both have had idle TC times here. Kruppe slightly more. Probably wishes it found more herdables, but there are some to pick up here and there for the horse. Oh, the horse is down. Ran into Zaki's TC, so that's unfortunate for Kruppe, but these things happen. Now Zaki has vision and Kruppe is blind. Yeah, so that's the horse that 1 KD there. Zaki seems to have found a couple of boars as well. Now going to mill the berries. That's going to give some food boost as well. Didn't bother picking up the sheep. Committed this fishing ship to scouting. And this could have been the horse that's been around here, but scouted to look for deep fish spots and goes for the closest one first. There's another one over here that he hasn't actually seen. And one far, far away over here as well. So definitely better fish output on this side.
Estou pronto.
So 3 fish to 1 fish, way ahead in the fish department here, Kruppe. That gives him a match in the eco situation. Just deletes the transport ship. That's not going anywhere anyway, so it's effectively useless unless you want to land over here and place a very safe lumber camp. Villagers moving out here. Are they gonna go for stone or gold? You need stone for a castle as the Portuguese, but the stone is much closer to home here. Well, first of all, he's gonna get the house because it's massively housed. But it's for the gold, I guess. No, the gold is also close, so where are they going? Are they going hunting? I guess it's hunting. Could also be to collect the food from the ibex, then drop the mining camp for stone and get that 100 something food instantly. Fuelage on the way for Kruppe is well ahead as Zaki has the fuelage queued behind a villager. It's gonna go up at a healthier population, 28 villagers total, but Kruppe is going to have about a minute head start and will be able to get some archers out before Zaki can even think about making any defensive counter units here. Yeah, that's true. That's the hunt pick. Let's see if that's the plan here. Nah, it's just long distance. I think it would be awkward to drop off, have four and task the shortfish. There's no shortfish here to task them to either, so that's not gonna work. It's going for the long distance hunting here. But it's most likely an FC build, isn't it? Nice outpost on the hill here from Kruppe, giving some vision. I'm not sold on the infantry opening though, but it could at least punish the berries and Golding come over here, so... And it will force Zaki into some kind of reaction, unless he's confident enough in the quick walling. Exit market for the Portuguese. Militia, soon to be men at arms, gonna go right into TC. No, gonna dodge the TC here. I'm gonna chase the villagers away from that house foundation, so they, at the very least, they'll be able to break through. But Zaki already clicked the cast stage. He's heavy on the stone now, 5 on stone. And yeah, this has to be his target, so that's probably why Kruppe placed the outpost here as well, to see if that's indeed where the Portuguese are going for the castle drop. Good drop here as well, would be almost as good, but if you drop it on the hill here, you deny both golds and stones and whatnot, so... Trying to hit the gold a little bit as well. Is he looking for the stone miners maybe? Doesn't see the stone. Interrupting the stone miners at this stage, that could actually delay the stone for the castle a little bit, so that might be a smart way to go about with the last man at arm there. Emperor Zaki has committed to repairs over here, so he's not going to let the remaining 2 men at arms in. This is going to commit villagers to fighting the man at arm. That's 1 man at arm. It's risky to fight them with villagers, but if it's only 1, it's going to be okay by the looks of it. Kruppe, unfortunately, far away from any castle edge click as Zaki moves out and doesn't take any chances here. He's committing so many villagers. to what's going to be a castle drop. There are 3 archers out, but is that enough to deny a castle with 15 builders? I don't think so. I don't think so. Zaki even commits to fighting the archer with the villagers because they don't have fletching yet. And here we go with the castle drop right where I envision it might be. Foundation could be sniped. Actually, the archers are blocking it, and a couple of more men-at-arms have been added. Zaki needs to bail on the very forward castle. He's being pushed back a bit here. It's not a crazy amount of military, but it's enough to scare Zaki away from the hill. Good play by Kurupe here. Adding the men-at-arms, that's very nice. Actually, you could fight the villagers in melee and the villagers won't be nearly as strong when fighting back. And arms moving in, obstructing some resource income here, but the castle goes up as well, and once the first few organ guns come out, Gruppe is in trouble, because Gruppe is still not quite there to click to the next stage. Archers will struggle to take out organ mass. But yeah, and even just a few organ guns should make quick work of Gruppe's armies here. It's been idle quite a bit here, Zaki, though. So it's not like he's going to be able to afford a lot of organ guns here. Well, Zaki tried for the hill Karadribe, but that's just not... wasn't really an option with the armies of Gruppe on the field. Still no fletching, though! Where's fletching? Where's Castle H? Go buy that Castle H. Do something. Oh, he's missing the second building. He's probably missing the blacksmith. Oh, there it is. Okay, so that's the blacksmith. It's gonna click Castle H probably. That's gonna give 1 extra range and the access to crossbow. But behind this, Gruppe needs to go fast imp, I think, and try to find some means to deal with the castle before the Portuguese can mass a deadly enough amount of organ guns. Zaki trying to take out the town center here. I don't think he's going to be able to do that in time unless he adds some petards here and gets some sneak damage in. And yeah, there's a hole here. Yeah, if it wasn't obvious, there's a hole here. Gruppe commits to repairs just to be on the safe side here. It's going to cost a little bit of wood. It's going to impact the unit's production. More organ guns trickling in now, as Emperor Zaki definitely has stabilized here. Is halfway there for another castle as well, which will either be going up on this hill or even further forward if this TC goes down. Oh, the Grace, that's the hillock rising too near the TC, yeah. Indeed. Well, we're soon about to not have any idle TC problems here, because this one will go down. And there's not even wood in the back. Because of the repairs, Gruppe won't even have wood in the back to place a new one. But thankfully for the Britons, the TCs only cost 133 wood. So he saves it for now. But it's out of wood. He's out of wood. Does he have a market? Gruppe doesn't have a market, I think. And down goes the TC. So the idle TC timer naturally stops. No market, so you can't really tweak the resources to be able to afford crossbow either. Bodkin got in. I approve of Bodkin ahead of crossbow, but in this case we really need crossbow as well to get that 5+3 range and take out the organs at the distance, because the organ guns have 7 range, Britain's crossbows have 5+3, aka 8 range. $11 organ guns and counting. Somewhat consistent production from Emperor Zaki here. Not the fastest moving units combination ever for Zaki here, but he's placing another castle on this hill to claim some more stone and gold. And he'll probably be chasing the archers as well if he can spot their movement. The organ gun reinforcements are going to see the... Oh, crossbow is in for Kruppe actually, so it's now effectively outranges organs, but no ballistics means that the hitting moving units is more of an issue. This could be the second castle spot of Emperor Zaki, or just on this hill here to keep mining gold and stone and creep towards the newly found TC for Kruppe over here. Crossbows go down, the organs, they are in such a mass now that they should be able to take out all these units, and they could take out the production as well, because they have I mean, they don't have any bonus damage against the buildings, but they still have high attack, right? 16 attack. And Kruppe realizes there's no way back from this. It's a strong opposition. And unfortunate draw for Kruppe here, meeting a strong opponent and actually skipping the first round, so he did make it to round 8 through luck, but getting that admin win, but I'm not sure if that's... He'd probably prefer to play against someone else in his first game. First and only game on the ELYSIUM. See the downward graph here. Did cross at some point where there was somewhat equal in armies and everything, but Oregon is just so brutal. So broken. Portuguese, you mean? Honestly, Kruppe made armies to deny or delay the castle drop at least. He unfortunately can't stop that because it's right next to Saki's TC, so he just garrisons the TC and ungarrisons to complete the castle finally. So now let's note the civs first. Portuguese 1, Britain's 1. The water generation has been very variable. So sometimes the players just completely disregard it as well. Sapien Fest and Zark, they are up next. Let's see if we can catch them. We should be well ahead of schedule here. It's 2 matches played already. Right. Message again here. I'm gonna give them some, like, 10 minutes leeway or something. Be decent. So, okay, yeah, I saw it. Which one am I? Magnets are supposed to work against organ guns, but they have similar range, don't they? So that's a bit of an issue. But it's the rumored counter. I've heard of some people making it work, but it's just hard. Yeah, there's lots of berries on the map for sure. Could be bigger bushes, larger bushes than normal as well. Alright, let's pull up the... Yeah, I was surprised you didn't go for this straight archers, Gruppe. Man-at-arms... Ah, perfect. Sapien Fest is here as well. Zark is already on it with the hosting, I think. Yeah, lowers. Yeah, it was just matches complete ahead of time. Glad you could make it. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 different civs. Not bad. Zaki, where's the Tribute Wheeling banner? Where are we getting that one from? Or is someone else streaming it? Huh. Okay, nice. Nice. Didn't even know he was streaming. I don't think I follow Super Monkey Car. But he must have remembered the command then, since you could see that it was my league. Yeah, sorry about the rush, Sapien Fest. I'm glad you could make it earlier. Bulgarians the only... No, Bulgarians and Mongols the only civs picked twice. Portuguese not at all until the second round. And they have a lobby up. Not in the hot way. Oi. Oi, oi, oi. It's a bit of an yield gap here as well. It's 1771 to 1447, so 300-ish ELO difference. Right, we have it. Two museums again. They have some spectating, perfectly fine. Looks like it's 2 minutes or so. Burmese, Vietnamese. Vietnamese will give away Zark's location immediately, but it doesn't seem to have that much of an impact when the horse and the transport ship allows you to scout. Arabai against Rat Notchers. If it goes into unique units, Elephant go brrr, says Karanrime, and that could also happen here, in which case the Burmese should be winning with their unique technology, maybe. But Vietnamese also have a elephant-centric thingy. Extra hit points, I think. Here we are. Another Elysium generation, one that will not bring a lot of naval fighting, I'd say. It's 3 fish here, deep fish for yellow. Arguably unfair food generation here, but Sapien Fest settles here, so he might actually dock this area and get some, or maybe even both of the lakes here to really benefit from the fishing. Yeah, they're both docking the same, or actually Sapien Fest didn't dock yet, but has the potential to dock. Burmese get the lumberjack or wood chopping upgrades instantly and for free, obviously. So that makes it a little bit easier to go for either naval fighting or more fish, depending on the situation. Sapien Fess has the horse out scouting and will... Oh, that's a good starting spot for Zark, actually. 2 boars and gold and wood right around TC. Whereas Sapien Fest will have to go out a little bit further to find the boars and hunt. 3 boars and some deer, though. Yeah, it's good for Nomad starts for Burmese to not have to build a lumber camp early for double bit axe. But I think they both have good starting locations. It's actually more hunt to be taken for Sapien Fest up in the right hand side, but there are 3 boars here as well for Zark. Sapient Plus completing the town center ahead of time as well. Did not lose the horse there, but it was dangerously close to TC, but that was probably before it completed, so I guess it's fine. Picking up a goose to send back home to the TC. In one way, I like the fact that Sapient has a dock down here, because he's going to get an uncontested fish for the early game. What I don't like is that he hasn't. That means he won't be able to dock here until later, and Zark might get an advantage in the fighting for the water situation over here. But with that said, Sapient hasn't spotted the dock of Zark yet either. So he doesn't know that there's a reason to dock this area. Two fish for Zark for now. Should be popping up another one soon enough. Sapient has only one, but might queue a few more before going up as well. Second boar being brought in, there's a third one to be found as well, so should give Sapient Fest a nice good start. Even with only one fish, but the second fishing ship popping out now, Zark with 3 fishing ships in the at work, and now 4 and about to do a 5th one. There's a lake down south as well, which would be worthwhile to dock actually. There's 6 deep fish here, but it seems to be blocked in the middle here, so maybe you'd need to dock both of them. Yeah, maybe it's not as worthwhile as it looks, unless you send the lumberjack over to clear up some space there. He's going for gold, perhaps? Okay, so that's a bit of an issue with Sapient Fest side. He didn't spot the gold over here. Did spot the gold to the north, so that could be a point to flee to if the gold gets contested elsewhere, but it's gone for the rather far away gold on the hill here for now. Interesting choice of the mining camp as well. Could have actually had a perfect mining camp in the middle here to be able to mine both gold and stone later on, like a true low elo legend. Multi-purpose mining camp, but this is fight 4 on gold. Sort of gives an indication that Sapient Fest wants to fight a little bit for water. He's seen the dock here. He's going to the fuel age, so if there's enough wood, he could easily find, or he could likely find a place to dock over here as well. If there's base. What's the dock size? Is it 2x2 or 3x3? Maybe it needs to go all the way over here actually. Or maybe he has completely different plans here. Barracks going up. So going straight for the archers. Zark definitely has some castle shenanigans planned. He's got an actual multi-purpose mining camp here, mining both gold and stone. Village is in Sapient Fest. Zark, 40 seconds to go still, so... But not... Oh wait, here it is actually, that's some... It's... Right in the vision of Zark with the geese there. Bit lucky for Zark to see that one going up. Alright, Galley on the way for Sapient Fest. Zark doesn't seem to go for the same approach. He's scouted the dock over in this area as well, so and he has the geese standing here, so he should be able to see something popping out there, especially when the geese get converted when the Fire Galley pops out. Maybe he doesn't care that much about the water situation here, but he did invest into 8 fish for this rather small area here, and now he's going to lose most of the food income, even though he's able to click instant Castle Age. Maybe he's happy about the Feudal Age investment of Sapient Fest. He's only going for 1 Fire Galley. And I think the proper call now would be to not make any more either. Oh, look at this, look at this. It's gonna send the transport ship over to block this. No? That would be a way to buy some more time as well for the units. Archers are out for Sapient Fest. He's looking to do some Feudal Age damage here. Successfully idling some of Zark's resource income here, but as a result also delaying his Castle Age time significantly. Zark is going to get a castle up once he reaches the Castle Age. He could choose to place that offensively on Sapient Fest's gold over here, for example, but there are archers there that would probably deny that. So the first castle needs to go up close to the town center at home. Could be that he'll place the castle here as well to protect the gold and stone income, because he's not collecting that elsewhere. And he has the gold covered by the town center, so yeah, here it is. Okay. That's certainly going to keep the archers away. The archers are way out of position for a Sapient Fest as well, so would have been a more risky castle if the archers were close, but this definitely going to complete. So it's Sapient Fest with the aggression here. Zark has invested into some naval defenses in the meantime and successfully taken out the 1 Fire Galley of Sapient Fest, but did still lose some fish. Might have needed to rebuild some of these ships. So well, it's a drain that on the wood gold situation that Zark can live with, I think. Iron Buy in the making. They now benefit from Parthian tactics after a recent buff, or change at least, in a patch. Don't know where these guys are going, but maybe going to place some outposts for vision. Or maybe they're hoping to get the tower up over here. Yeah, forward siege, is that the plan? Is that what's going on here? Archers on point for Sapient Fest. He is, however, still in the fuel age. Zark tries to commit to the siege workshop in underneath the tower bar, mind you. But if the Iron by at least somehow are able to hit the archers, this shouldn't be too much of an issue. First, a Scorpion, a cost-efficient solution to deal with small groups of units like these archers. Then it's probably gonna add Mangonel. Oh, he cancelled it actually, went straight for the Mangonel instead. So he's gonna deal with this tower, take Sapient Fest off gold, and force Sapient Fest to go somewhere further away to have continued gold access. He's also on the way to the cast stage, 1 minute 50 now. While Zark is making the most of the Iron Buy investment here, taking out Archer's group. Nice little split there from Sapient Fest. Mangonel gonna take the downhill units, maybe? No, misses. Why is he targeting the market? Or why not target the gold, the tower and the gold income? Maybe it's because there's archers garrisoned inside the tower, which increases the firepower. You could also camp the tower with the Iron Bar. Okay, yeah. Yes, that's the idea then. Perfect spot to camp. Just like that, Sapient Fest is completely off gold. The tower will be going down as well, and the archers and builders will pop out for some more unit losses. Cast Mage is in. But being off gold, Sapient Fest won't be able to afford crossbow Vodkin. Slowly increasing the Iron Buy numbers as well. Zark is making good use of the resource income, consistent unit production, adding siege forward as well. And there it goes. Yeah, archers going down before any upgrades can be researched here. A little bit of a panic tower for Sapient Fest here as well. Scrambles it up close to home base. Elephant being added, maybe not the worst idea, given that they have 250 hit points. And will force, Zark to make some monks to defend at least, but he is Burmese, so he actually has cheaper monk technologies and all that. He's sort of transitioning this into a monk siege push rather than just relying on the Iron Buy, which is a good raiding unit. He could even raid the fish over here, but there's no fish being brought in by Sapient Fest, so... $18 military to 3 for Sapient Fest. Here comes a castle. Right in the face of the only town center that Sapient Fest has here. That's going to take out some farming economy as well. I may be in trouble here. Can be. Zark, man. 3 mangonel stacking. But GG is called. Zark moves on, and we're comfortably ahead of schedule for the last round of 8 match here, which will be close. Let's go right to the bracket actually. Cappy versus Bourbon they should be around the same level, so that should be interesting. Notice. Here we go. That's it. So we will give them a moment to gather and hope that they will be able to play somewhat ahead of time. Yeah, that was very unfortunate docking situation, but you would have needed to go over to this side, I guess. And you had it scouted, so that would be an option. Or maybe this one. No, that's Sark. That's Sark's side. And this is the right side bundle, so just only a few options here. So I guess those reads, if this map is going to see more competitive play, which is not necessarily designed for, honestly. I just thought it was a fun map that would be fun to try for an informal tournament. Then these reads may need to go for a more possibilities of docking and consistent naval playing. Luneri, thanks for the follow. So we're going to browse through the stats here. We're going to note the sibs. And maybe Bourbon and Cappy are ready to play. If not, we'll take a small break and I'll give them 10-15 minutes to gather up and get ready to play. But let's have a look. Got it. Burmese. Vietnamese one. It's fine, Saki. I know the results. It's not that big of a deal. But also a little bit because if I wanted to catch up in the meantime as well with some game sets I couldn't pick up live. So for what school is this one? Oh yeah, that's one. Oops, he forgot to post. Nice. Okay. Let's have a short break again while getting the opponents in place, if Cappy can play at all. Okay, as you'll notice, the title now says semifinals, and that's because Cappy had some game issues. Game wouldn't open for him, or it would just crash back to desktop. So we've advanced, or I've advanced Bourbon to the next round. We'll now have Emalis vs Saki, still best of one, and Zark vs Bourbon coming up next. Yeah, hard to tell, but could be half an hour or so from now. You can see the civs list here. As it's only, one civ at a time that's been used, I could either do a random draw or take earlier civilizations into account. So in this case I chose Khmer and Spanish since they were also played in round 1. So the total of banned civs now is Bulgarians, Mongols, Khmer, Spanish. 2 more civs will be banned after this round before semi-final. But I have the lobby ID, so they can just go about it. Maybe they launched already, which is fine as well. I said start at 8 GMT, but if they started already, that's not a big deal. Urban's here, nice. You saw the messages. Okay, they've started. Bohemians! Aye, aye, aye. Persians, Bohemians. Oh, and what a map for Persians. With the ability to instant dock and instant fishing ship here. Great start for Amalis with the Persians. The map layout is like a huge river this time all around here. It's some not connected. But that's going to make pathfinding a little bit of an awkward situation here. Alright, here we are. Amalis with the Persians, already with 4 fish out. Emperor Zaki, for now, only with 1. They've docked the same lake. Which makes perfect sense because it's a large one, almost Mediterranean-sized lake down south here. Top side, not really worth docking. It's just 1 deep fish here and not too much else of interest. There's an opening. There's... When thinking about expansion here, that's going to be very awkward for Zaki. He's got 2 stones very close to TC, so he could definitely get those Bohemians castles up and get to the Hussite wagons. He could also try to fortify the crossings here with walls and later on maybe castles. And then he should be free to use the resources in the back here, get a bit of a boom going and prepare the Bohemians' death ball of Hofnitze and Hussite wagons and whatnot, arbalests maybe. Whereas Amalius with the Persians, he has a much flatter area on this side. The gold is... I guess you pass through there, so it's not locked away from... You have a passage. So it's actually not unavailable, not bugged in that sense. Also there's passing here as well, so... Gold's much more spread out on this map than on many of the other map generations we've had. And it's not necessarily playing into Amalius's favor, but He is a nice potential town center spot here for later, and could even get the castle up to defend that as well, if need be. So, as to be expected of Persians, a huge fish investment, but Emalius, as a result, is rewarded with a much earlier feudal age than Emperor Zaki. Will easily be able to. I mean, I think Zaki just needs to cancel the fishing ships now, because he didn't even click to the feudal age, and will be losing them to even just one fire galley of Emalius over here. That's a cheap way of Emalius to win the fish situation with the Persians and benefit from very cheap food income, so to speak. Emalius moving out, he knows that Zaki's TC location is here. Both of them still have their horses out and scouting as well, so they can keep some eye on what the opponent might be doing. Okay, to be fair, Persians have... Persians also have faster working docks, so even more reason not to invest more into fish here for Emperor Zaki. He's going to lose all the fish here now, lose some precious food income. Is it enough though? Going to lose 5 food gatherers there, bringing in some more herdables. So Hunt being taken a little back here, so that should be enough to get to the cast stage. Maybe losing the water presence isn't all that bad. Emalius now forward with Ace Barracks, but what's the follow-up here? There's a range, okay, archers, crossbows, trash bow rush eventually, maybe. But definitely the range. Outpost, the outpost gives Emalius good vision of Zaki's resource gathering here. Finally the feudal age for Zaki as well. Probably needs to scramble up a tower as soon as possible. At least if he sees... Well, he is going to find the... not so hidden anymore forward range of Emalius. Hello, Mario. How are you? Good, thanks. Thanks for asking. Running a live event today. I've been live since 3 GMT, having 16 players play best of ones on this map into a best of 3 final eventually. So that can be in the tournament all in one day. First few archers out for Emalius is also going castle age here, so we'll be able to get to crossbow soon enough. Maybe he'll push with some forward siege as well. He wants to keep this hill away from any castle drop attempts from Emperor Zaki, who admittedly hasn't been mining in the stone yet. So he may have had other plans here. To confirm that I have had sound. Oh, Zaki is trying for a sneaky forward here. Emalius is up to the cast stage, so it's Zaki. Not going to be a castle drop here. Might be... No, he's going into skirmish and defense, okay, yeah, so it's Crossbow is in, Balkan is in for the Persians. If Amalius gets a castle up, he's also going to be able to research Kamandaran, and he could keep making crossbows without spending gold at all. Not that it really matters that much on this map, because this map has an abundance of gold anyway. No ballistics in, but Amalius is still making the absolute most of just 2 crossbows here. Found the stray wilders of Emperor Zaki on the faraway hunt and whatnot over here. Gonna get some kills in. KD 11. It's 11 eco units down. 12 total. And it's transporting over. Because there is actually passage here for the transport ship. That's a pretty smart move. And transport ship moving back. Maybe he'll see that. Yeah, he's gonna see the mining cap now. So the crossbows will obviously be going over here. Might matter if you get trapped in the corner and run out of gold in your base. Yeah, and I don't find it this very likely for the positioning that Amalius has here. I like the fact that he only made 1 Fargali. He knew that he was way ahead to the next stage. Would easily win that. Now going to take Zaki off. Ooh, Zaki is escaping actually. Found a little opening here. Ah, he can go. Ha! I don't think I'd ever seen that opening in the middle of the wood there, and Amalius just a little bit late there, but he could have actually blocked that passage for the villagers. Yeah, there's an opening here-ish as well. Crossbows moving back out more. Crossbows in the range as well, but now Zaki has elite skirmishers in. Also some random villagers up north, but Zaki is at 28 villagers and Amalius is at 51, is producing out of 3 town centers, with the Persians having the town centers working 15% faster in the castle age, I think it is. I think it's 10, 15 and 20. Maybe it's 5, 10, 15, but anyway the Persian theses definitely work faster. Monk is in, spotting those first few knights of the Persians, so Amalius has made the cavalry switch as well. Will do some to conversions, but I don't really think he minds it all that much. What a law indeed. And that's it. Emperor Zaki at 30 villagers faces obviously very strong opposition here. Amalius at 2k2 elo, Zaki at 1600. He's asking for advice. That's smart when up against a stronger opponent. Amalius moves on to the final. He's played all the rounds as well, so he's earned his way there. What did we play here? Bohemians and Persians. Oops. It'll actually be interesting to see what they say here. Add more fishing and build somewhere, yeah. I suppose there was some potential for fish up north as well, but yeah. Tough situation to be against the Persians here with the food boost. Alright, we can't really check the... Whoa, he really scouted everywhere, didn't he? Going for 100% exploration. Yeah, that Persian's archers play was surprisingly dominant. I have today. And not that many kills this game, but that's mainly builders and fishing ships, so not great for our friend Saki. 2k5 more resources collected at minute 24 as well, which is especially the food for the fish maybe and other things. Yeah, Lithuania's food boost to start is still going to give a very nice and fluent start though. Similar cast age times, quite different population. 99% exploration, that's some good scouting from Evalius here. On a map like that where you have to scout both land and water. Lost 6 fish, lost 5 builders. Just a rough spot to be in. So we're ahead of schedule again. And so Zark and Bourbon are up next. Second semi-final. We're 15 minutes ahead of when I encouraged to play, so we still have some time to go here. Some time to kill, possibly. When you go for live stuff like this, of course, there's going to be some waiting time. Well, that's the second semi-final. And then we'll have the final, which is best of 3 with a Civ draft, but with all of the banned Civs after the initial rounds. Parisians. Persians. Could be that we see some similar Civs here, probably not, but we'll see what they go for. What did Bourbon go for last time? Mongols, but they're banned actually now, so you can't go for those next. And Zark did go for Burmese in one, and he went for Spanish versus Umdeuter, so he also can't go Spanish. Need to think about something else. Yeah, Bourbon wants Zark to host, which is fine. Xarxes is trying to be ready at 8 for 8:30 GMT. If he's not, we'll have to advance Bourbon to this final as well and just conclude it that way. But of course, it would be nice to have that one game played as well and then the final. We have some time to kill again. How many different civilizations have we had now? We had 1, 2, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 different civs for more than 1/3. Of the total civilizations, isn't it? It's 40 something civs total. And Warrior made it from round 1. These are random seedings, by the way. It's not really seeded by ELO, but random, since in case I wanted to pull in a replacement or something for the round of 16, but most of them made it, except for Trafalmador had PC issues. Same with Capi for the next round. So we had some dropouts. Perfectly fine, it's a live event, things could happen. So we had Teutons for Eevee Warrior. You can actually look through the chronological order here. Eevee versus Cheesecake. Eevee winning with the Teutons against the Tatars. That was an interesting development in the game. Almost allowed Cheesecake Factory back into the... or what is Cheesecake Mazda, not Factory. Cheesecake Mazda back into the game. There was Emalius going for the Mongols. Making good use of that hunting bonus and playing against Joey Pura Vida, who is essentially 1000 elo below. Tough battle for Joey Pura Vida. Saki versus the Belgian. We had Malay and Bulgarians, and Belgian tried for a very all-in approach. That was quite entertaining to follow. Almost worked, just not quite. And then we had the first Dravidians situation here with Red Clifford as the Khmer, Saipian Fest as the Dravidians. Made some fancy unique unit plays there. And then we had Cappy versus Nope, where Nope did actually go for the Goths and an all-in men-at-arms style approach. This is the only game I didn't get to cast because Umdeuter had misread the tide, so I said, sure, just go ahead and play it, but I can't cover it live. You need to move on to the next game. But it seems Zark must have made a efficient use of the Spanish, because this match ended after like 20 minutes or so. So, Zark, he will not be able to be there at 8:30 GMT, or not able to start earlier. That was one of the conditions for joining the live event, that you need to be available throughout the afternoon from 3 GMT and somewhat. Maybe not all the time, but I also don't want to sit around for 20-30 minutes in an event like this and wait for the next matchup, because you never know how long games are going to go, essentially. So that is unfortunate, but it also means that we can move on to the final. Could have, of course, waited around for a bit longer. And it's a very, very smooth ride for Bourbon right into the final after two admin wins in a row. But I'll take some self-critique on this as well. If I do something like this again, a live event, I'll make sure to have someone at standby for the first round, and also emphasize even more strongly that you need to be available for some hours in an afternoon like that. It's sort of to make a statement as well. You need the players to be available to make a live event like this work, and players obviously. None of these are full-time pros. Very few people are. So yeah, that's it. We'll move on to the final then, which will be Bourbon versus Emodius. I need to make a draft. First, I need to make some sim pants. And since there were only 2 civilizations played in the semifinal, Bohemians and Persians are banned. I need to make a draft somehow. Someone is writing me in the Discord. Best of 3 Bourbon, yes. But there will be a safe draft. Hurrah. Oh, I use two captain. Let me see the. I need to customize this one. Remove the band saves. Okay. Bulgarians. Why isn't it alphabetical? Bulgarians, Mongols, Khmer, Spanish. And Bohemians, Persians. I have a feeling we'll see some Indian civs now, or even maybe Portuguese. Persians, where are you? There we go. Mhm. Okay, they have a lobby. All right. Clash of the Titans, indeed. They have a lobby. It's still about almost 300 elo between them, so that could be rough for Verben. Perfect. And that's Genghis Khan, aka Bourbon. Thanks, Bourbon. I can't see it in the chat because of Turks' first pick for Bourbon. They also have fourth. They will have 4 saves to pick for their potential 3 games. So Bourbon secures the Turks, and Valdis goes for Malians, and probably Portuguese, right? It proved strong with the organ guns play a little while ago. Oh, Franks. Someone wants to make castles. Bourbon goes for Portuguese. And Lithuanians. Good saves, honestly. Byzantines. Are we gonna see some cataphract masterpieces here? Saracens. Mamelukes. Archers again, maybe. Nice. Couriers, last pick. They'll obviously only be using 3 civilizations out of these 4. Let's see, I can link the draft as well. See if they have launched yet. Not yet. Oh, 7 players in the room. And here we go. Red and blue. This is more of a classic arena matchup, actually. It's Turks. And they're so close! Ridiculously close. What kind of match is this going to be? And Embalius is actually the one being pushed towards the edge here. This could play into Bourbon's favor. No idea what it goes. Is it Bourbon and the red? Yeah. Bourbon in the red. Already walling off a bit, realizing that blue is on this side. Is he going to wall him out? He could wall. Here, here, here. It's dangerously close to the blue TC though. How does Embalius fight his way out of this one? He's gonna get the board! Oh! They hit it literally at the same time! And Bourbon goes in for the block. He's gonna try and stop Embalius from getting it, but he's not going to be able to block it. I think it's too close to Embalius' TC and the... Oh! Oh! And the quick wall. Oh. It's gonna be an eventful Dark Age if this keeps up. Left side, 3D pushing this lake, not too bad for the Turks. You also have passage to the big one, so you could redock up here and use your same fishing ships. As all of the water is connected here suddenly, and all of the land is down south, so that's yet again a different map generation to ELYSIUM here with yeah, there's gold basically spread out everywhere, so it's going to be very hard to deny gold here. If they both go fast castle, feel like the Turks should do very well with the Janissaries castle and Janissaries here, especially if Bourbon is able to cut Emadus almost completely off the map here. He's starting with the horse, right, so he could has already scouted that there's wall of potential here, but then again there's the dock situation. You could transport your way out and save yourself that way. 11 to 12 is the eco situation here. The fishing ship situation is also quite comparable. So Evalu's lead here is mainly due to slightly lower idle town center time and possibly that the town center completed slightly earlier. Who is closer to the next age here? Is 11 on food for Evalus. He did snag another boar, and there's one all the way in the corner here, which he'll use the horse to block probably to find it. That's a good find actually. This is definitely a classic, it's both a classic historical matchup and also a classic matchup for AoE 2, especially on maps like Arena and I guess maybe Fortress as well. Blocking with a horse there. Builder has Loom just to be on the safe side, but that boar is going back down to the town center. Bourbon with 3 fish, about to have 4. Probably okay with that, unless he means to move further out here and collect some more fish. Is the scoreboard accurate? What do you mean? Ah, right. Best of 3. Got it. Oops. Huh. We can move around with the arrow keys now. I knew that. Never tested it. Evaluus, good head start to the field age here. He has faster firing paragalleys as the Byzantines as well. It's a bit of a travel, and maybe he doesn't even know that there's safe passage here. Does having a goose in a transport ship or anything garrison, does it actually increase the line of sight? Or the radius? Okay, for once in my life I wish I actually had grid. No, it doesn't, okay. So it's just random that they are doing so. Okay, good spot of Emolius is actually going to be able to get down here. Now it should actually turn back and not reveal to Bourbon that he's here. It's a long travel for the Fire Galley though. Long enough for Bourbon to actually possibly be able to drop a dock here and dock block Emolius from fighting with his naval units over here. Bourbon, late feudal age, seems to be aiming for more of a fast castle approach. Is probably knows by now that he's going to lose the fish. And no, whoa, no! Oh, I thought they were trying to get back to the TC that way. This is a clever blacksmith castle placement. Malus goes for the archers again. Should be a good means to delay a later castle drop. Hey man, nice dock. Careful how many times you type messages and dock like that in chat. You never know when you're going to miss a key. And type something else. Bourbon scrambling up a defensive tower on the gold really needs that, and he's probably going to risk fighting the archers with villagers because there's no fletching for Emolius just yet. Microing the villagers away, the weak one back to build the tower, the full HP ones to try and fight the archers and force Emolius to hit and run. He could still camp underneath the tower foundation, but if you place a couple of foundations or palisade walls around the tower, the archers can't camp right under it. One fire galley going out, only one fire galley for Emolius, as Bourbon is going to Castle Age, but did invest into a defensive tower. So if the plan is Castle and Janissaries here, then Bourbon will need to mine a lot of stone in the meantime. He's going heavy on gold. Could be that he has cavalry archers or something else in mind as well. Or just a monk siege push, really. Yeah, actually two fire galleys here. I think Bourbon is happy to see that, to be honest. That's an extended feudal age investment. It's the archers, it's the fire galleys. And Emolius is trying to spread out the archers again, which proved very efficient against Saki. But Bourbon now, up to the next age, is off wood somehow. So he's struggling for wood access. He's not got a single lumberjack. Does he even have a lumber camp? Bourbon doesn't have a lumber camp. What the heck? Nice quick gate. Unfortunately, the house foundation doesn't complete in time. Fletching is in for Emolius now, so he could fight the villagers. No, he can't. Bourbon can't as efficiently fight archers with villagers anymore. Yeah, he's buying stone for a castle, okay. So he's a stone right here. Why didn't he task all the gold miners to mine stone? Okay, castle in your face. Or in your barracks in this case. Archers of Emolius, there are 4 of them, but where are they? They are out of position. This castle goes up. This castle will actually go up for Bourbon. He's got a very fragile economy behind this. It's basically a Huang-style economy at this point. He has the market. He's going to have to buy food to produce Janissaries here, because they lost the fish food as well. And in Bourbon's A little bit unfortunate for Bourbon that he probably thought that the fish was safe, right? That he would have that food income for Janissary's production, but there actually was a passage here, and that comes down to scouting as well. Embalius relocates, going heavy on the Golden Stone now, also on the way to the cast stage here. But it's really sandwiched up in the corner, and that's what Nomad Generations can do to you. You could be stuck in the corner like this, and with barely any escape. But to be fair, Embalius is controlling the naval areas here, so even redocked over here to a shorter distance for the fishing ships to travel. The eco management looks on point for what he has left. The Janissaries are out, but the tower defense might work as well. No university for Embalius just yet. Guard tower defense comes to mind here though against the Janissaries of Bourbon, who now has... Yeah, he's still relying on like herdables and hunt and stuff like that. Yeah, I think Embalius should transport away as well. Absolutely. Crossbows, no fletching Bodkin, no Bodkin, but Bodkin is coming in. The Janissaries, however, have 8 range, so they effectively outrange crossbows in the cast stage, unless your name is Britons. Ah, he's found a means to relocate. Embalius is gone well down to the south, and Bourbon probably doesn't have this scouted. Does have his horse, so he could... Oh, look at this! Okay, moves away again. If he finds this TC, we know he's stream sniping, right? Ridiculous line of sight on these Janissaries, by the way. Okay, back to the fight. Starting our first TC of Embalius will be going down. Bourbon goes for a forward siege workshop as well, with some Janissaries providing cover fire. But the relocation just missed by Bourbon. Where's the horse? Okay, he's trapped, so actually not so easy for Bourbon to use the horse to scout what's going on here. Siege workshop, not exactly a secret. Embalius sees it with the tower that's firing away at it as well. And of course the eco situation is still ahead of for Embalius, because Bourbon has been going with a very low economy build here. In fact, he doesn't have any food at all. He's completely idling the town center. Has not even considered investing into farms, just mainly relying on the market to provide the resources it needs now. Embalius is Byzantines. He has a cheaper way to the Imperial Age. He's now researching guard towers, which will increase the tower defense efficiency dramatically. Fires more arrows. And gets way more hit points. Towers. Oh, the Janissaries have found the southernmost TC actually. So Bourbon has been using the Janissary movement to try and see or confirm if Embalius has relocated. Guard tower defense again. He's been mining stone for a long while. Embalius, right? He's also got efficient wood income up in the corner here, so he's successfully found places to gather resources at an efficient working rate, although the second guard tower doesn't complete here in this case. The fact that Bourbon is forcing these defensive towers means that any castle of Embalius to be used for an Imperialist trebuchet push is also delayed. Mangonels struggling to take out the guard towers, might need to... Yeah, more Mangonels should help, but also going into into Rams as well. Bourbon needs to let this TC work. Yeah, I don't think he cares too much about that. It's the no food challenge. Range probably going to... I mean, skirmishers comes to mind against the Janissaries here. They don't even have armor, right? So if you get skirmishers, or preferably elite skirmishers here with Bodkin for Amadus, he already has Bodkin arrow. Of course, the crossbows, if you're able to get the shots in, it's going to work out well for you. And the fact that Bourbon is missing the defense upgrades for the Janissaries is also starting to show here. Only a few crossbows taking them out. They are fragile anyway, but without the defense upgrade, armor upgrades, they're going to struggle even more. Here comes a Byzantine's castle onto gold and stone up north here. The Mangonels will take out one of the defensive towers, but Bourbon just won't be able to push this. He'll need to get to Imperial Age and siege weapons. And it's also a Byzantine's castle on the hill, so it's already got 6,240 hit points. Rarely will you be able to push a Byzantine's castle in the castle age with, for example, the Rams and stuff like that. So Valus is stabilizing here. Is a massive eco advantage. Bourbon just determined to get this game with no food income whatsoever, no wood income whatsoever. Just bought wood. Maybe that's to place a lumber camp somewhere. And Evalus is slowly creeping up the map, first dropping the defensive guard towers, then taking the resources. Honestly, it's GG now that Evalus has a castle, yeah, and Imperial Age is on the way as well. That's great usage of the Byzantines. Bonus for sure. Bourbon losing the stone miners as well. He's gone into some defensive towers as well. They found a food source and another gold mine, but he's at 25 villagers and hasn't been producing villagers since I don't even know when. So it's not looking pretty here once Amadus reaches that Imperial Age and can deal with the one and only castle of the Turks player. This was a good game, says Tech Chariot. Huh? Yeah. Arena clown style push with the low eco right into a castle up there. But the fact that he bought stone for a castle, that's wild to be. He had a huge stone pile right next to gold and decided to go for the gold ahead of the stone, but maybe he needed the gold to buy other things as well. 9 seconds left. 23 villagers to 52, but Amadus a very much stable economy now, even enough stone to drop another castle wherever that might be. And the relocation is really working out for him. Also, the fact that Amadus has had working fish all the time should show drastically in the resource collection stats. Guard tower defense proving worthwhile here as well. It's also on the hill, right? So it takes less damage. Amadus takes the first game. Interesting approach to this one with the Turks Byzantines. Let's have a look at the stats and wait for their next lobby ID to pop up. Guard tower defense, really valuable here. Underestimated defense in many situations. Well, It shows some food collection here, but I think it shows up as collected food when you buy food as well. So, huge difference here, considering bourbon. We're gonna see in the society stats the progression of villagers. That wasn't really working into bourbon's favor. Actually, I can see the eco KD as well. 11 and 10, okay, fine. But if you're not producing villagers... I don't think bourbon produced a single villager after he hit Castle Age, actually. A few, maybe. A few. 2 villagers in 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay, let's check out Turks and Byzantines here. Living in Malius with Malians, Franks, Saracens, and bourbon with Portuguese, Lithuanians, Guriaras. Next lobby coming up. Last game of the live event, with I think 3 or 4 admin wins awarded as well, but that's the risk of running something like this. I said last game, but it might be the second to last game, because it's a best of 3. So let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Yep. The semi-final admin win was sad. It should have been available, but the other ones were because of technical issues that's out of our hands. It crossed my mind, Red Clifford honestly did, to just pull in Dope to take over for Cappy, for example. But everything, all these kinds of things, they waste even more time, so it's more of a statement to Zark that really should have been available. And if he could have been ready at 10 minutes past, or 10 minutes longer, maybe I should have allowed it, but then I'm just sitting around doing nothing and talking into nothingness, when I've emphasized, even in the handbook that, or in the Discord, that I expect the players to be ready within 10 minutes for the next match, in even if there's a tentative schedule. So definitely unfortunate, but something to bring in for the, if there will be a similar event sometime. I think I would prefer to use brand new maps for things like this, so that people test out different civilizations, and the meta by no means is figured out. Oh, whoa, Malians Portuguese here. So we're going to see another unique unit attempt from Bourbon here, probably. It's a beautiful map, isn't it? And the spawns, or the generations, seem to vary quite a bit. While at the same time being consistent with these wood lines, making it harder to dock, and sometimes the water is connected, sometimes it's not. I like it. It would probably need some. I mean, I don't think it was made for competitive play now. There's some valleys here as well, or canyons. But yeah, I like it. It's been fun to see it being played competitively. Weird to play with, nice to watch, yeah. That comment gives me houseboat vibes. But this could be a real world scenario, almost, yeah. So Evolues with Emollients, he should have some fish out already. Is he actually stacking on top of the transport ship here? No, that's Bourbon, making pathfinding a little bit awkward for the fish. But he's not able to completely block them either. It's honestly decent use of your starting transport ship. Yeah, we're past 5 minutes in, so attacking the horse is perfectly fine as well. Ooh. Horse blocking here. Emolius at risk of losing a villager while luring the boar in here. Bourbon dancing for his life here to deny this boar collection from Emolius, but a few more hits from the villager and down they go. So Bourbon has stone right next to TC, should make castles and organ guns play a valid option. He's pretty far away from Emolius, but he knows that. He's had the horse scouting a lot of the area here. Emolius also scouted well, but he does not know Bourbon's TC location. That could actually be scouted with the transport ship of Emolius if his... Oh, that might... No, that's open. That's open actually, so he should be able to find this town center. Also from the naval scouting perspective. Lots of herdables here, so Bourbon is not going to struggle for food just yet this game. He had some a very low food eco build order the previous one. And having seen this map in play, it's certainly one I would want to bring back for community games and stuff like that. Maybe see how it plays out in a large-scale team game situation as well. It would have been fun to see this one for 3v3 or 4v4, which is actually what Setnos mainly had in mind for, or when designing this or when testing it. But honestly, it's been working well for 1v1 as well. I mean, the players know they're going to a brand new map and there's going to be no meta figured out for it. And you just need to test things out, and you know you might face tough opposition as well. Moving out to mill a couple of boars here for Bourbon. There's also ostrich to be taken. Too bad Mongols were banned, I guess. Also in the process of walling off on land, but if Emolius claims the water, still might be able to transport over or punish the town center, even with war galleys here actually. Like galleys into war galleys into galleons, they could easily take out this TC. Depending on the progression of the game. What is that walling? Good question. Taking some MBL inspiration here maybe. think Emalius is going to wall off anytime soon. He's bringing in even more rhinos. He's definitely going for the fast castle approach this time. Not going to try any archers shenanigans. Or maybe he still might. If he sees there's some food gathering going on over here, he might. But it's also going to be straight fast castle for Bourbon here. Is clicked ahead of Emalius, who needs to place the structures, then click up, but as a result, go up at an even healthier population. Is 5 fish up to 4 fish, so their fish count is comparable. I think 4 makes sense here for the Portuguese. You could redock here as well to benefit from more of the deep fish. So Bourbon, I'm not loving the first DC placement here. But until it gets pressured, it's going to be just fine, of course. But it does mean that Bourbon might need to keep naval situation in mind. Oh, I thought it was connected actually, so never mind. They've split up. So Bourbon has a much larger area to fish, though Emalius might be able to dock here or here to contest the naval situation somehow. Poor auto horses trapped in the north side of the map here. New Bourbon will reach the finals. Really? Happy would have had good chances too as well, but he unfortunately had technical issues with the game. And that's out of our hands. Castle is in for the Portuguese. Enough stone to drop a castle. This seems like a decent spot. There's no army from Emalius here to deny a first castle of the Portuguese to go up here. Bourbon goes for the stone walling though. And he drops the castle here instead. Okay, so gonna keep the home base safe with stone walls on land, and then produce organ guns from this area instead. There's plenty of stone here for Bourbon to take, and now this castle protects at least this spot. How will the Malians deal with organ guns in the castle age? Has to be mangonels with a meat shield perhaps. Wait, they get redemption, don't they? So Emalius preparing the redemption monks here. He obviously knows that the organ guns are going to come this way. Knows the location of the castle as well. Yep, double monasteries. Since the castle isn't right in the foundation of the town centers, monks should be able to get some value here. Malians have every technology in the castle age except for regional unique units. True, they have all of the options. I like the placement of Bourbon's organ guns here, but they are also... they have minimum range. Now he has 2 on each side, so it should be fine. But once the monks pop out here, it could be an issue. Emalius saving up a little bit. Is a little bit low on the gold maybe, but he's researching redemption. And could maybe pop out a monk, get them garrisoned inside the town center and try to find a place where they outrange the organ guns, which they do. The monks have 9 range, the organ guns have 7. Yep, right into the TC, get the range advantage, get some conversions in, and use those conversions as a means to deny Bourbon from massing organ guns enough to be proper deadly. But yeah, it's keeping the organ guns close to the monasteries. I don't think any conversions were made just yet. So good micromanagement from Bourbon there. Another castle going up. The monks now going for conversions. No sanctity, surprisingly. So one organ gun goes down there. Still a good trade for Bourbon with losing only one organ gun to 3 redemption monks. Another forward castle as well, freeing up some golds here for Bourbon to take, but now he's not mining stone anymore. So there aren't going to be any. Oh wait, he's back on stone. Never mind. Where is he taking stone now? Ah, here. So Evolius again, facing a game where he needs to relocate, build TCs. He doesn't have as many options to relocate this game. You can't TC this area, even though there's lots of gold here. He walled in Bourbon's horse. I didn't catch that. That's funny. You killed my scout, I'll wall your scout. So villagers moving even further away. Looks like it's going to be guard tower defense again, but do we have a university here? We need a university for guard tower research, and we're not quite there yet. And besides the organ guns, they have a high enough damage output to maybe be able to take out towers as well. I guess you could say that they're hovering around. Yes, this guy isn't allowed to horse around anymore. Alright, good eco trades here or trades I say, good eco kills for Bourbon. It's not trading, it's actually almost keeping up with the villager deaths here, as Amadius has lots of idle TC time, but also more town centers. That's why he has more villagers overall. Now a fire galley moving over here. So should be interesting to see if it can actually pass through there. $18 organ guns and counting. Unlike Zaki, Bourbon isn't really taking the berries. He did take them a little bit earlier on. That's going to provide a little wood trickle, but now of course he has enough lumberjacks at work to not need to worry about that as much. Should be fairly easy to take out this town center for Bourbon with the organ guns, but in the meantime, Ebolius has relocated and will be dropping a town center in the back here maybe when he has the stone to afford it. It's also collecting stone somewhere. Gold on the mine here. Yeah, here's the stone collecting. Okay, so this TC needs to go down, or I mean Bourbon needs to take out this TC so that stone and gold up here is off limits. Still potential for stone collection here for Evolius as well, but the potential of counter-attack is very limited behind the stone walls of Bourbon. Okay, I guess that's passable. I bet Bourbon wishes he had a demo now, but okay, yeah, it's okay. Smart move of Embolius here has found a passage to the north, which is going to take the organ guns some time to follow. This should allow Embolius to reboom in the north as well. TC on the stone perhaps, then mining camp on the gold. TC also to the left to claim some more wood over here. Bourbon well ahead in population. That's mainly the military count, of course. It's lots of organ guns out here. Now we're actually going to see the mangonels against organ guns here. See if it's actually a viable way to defend against organ guns. A couple of redemption monks here as well. They are stacked on top of each other. Let's see. Not really a great trade even with 3 mangonels there. Maybe you just need even more mangonels, or more importantly something in front of the mangonels to provide cover fire. But Navarius has the north side. He has gold and wood access to the north. He has the left side with the TC there, so he's relocated properly. But he's not Byzantines this time around. He will not be able to take out castles with a cheaper Imperial Age here like in the previous game. Bourbon spreading convincingly across the map here. Of course loses some organ guns in the process, but has a absolutely does have a positive KD now. And he could also transport to land with organ guns or builders or whatever. He could definitely castle drop in this area as well, because he has naval presence. He has a fire galley out as well. There's not really anything for the fire galleys to take out anymore. Loses 1 organ gun to conversion there. Could have deleted it to prevent that from happening, but yeah, this game is looking promising for Bourbon. He's only 7 villagers behind, and he has the military value by far, military strength. Is he gonna free the horse as well? So he hasn't found the side expansion, but there's not really any golds or stones here, so that's less of a concern. Evalius currently not mining gold at all. It was probably, I mean, he has been mining gold here, but now he's disallowed that gold access. Yeah, maybe can't pass through here, but there's nothing to take out anyway. Monks getting some more value again, and more in the queue out of the 2 monasteries, is it? Yeah. Well, Bourbon has been applying some serious pressure here, but will he be able to close it out? He has the military lead by far, still on the watchtowers from Elmalius. And yeah, I'm not going to see another castle drop just yet. 9 stone minders at work, but 650 stone is needed for a castle. More builders probably gonna go down. 2 organs. I like how he's splitting up the organs here so that the 2 organs to the side could also move to this side. It's almost griefing at this point. I wouldn't say so. Still has villagers. Still has resource access. Now has guard towers as well. The big issue for Emalius is to deal with castles. And he needs, he obviously needs gold to get to Imperial Age. Currently he's got a ridiculous ton of builders mining stone. So he could sell stone for gold perhaps. Here comes another castle by Bourbon. Almost gets sniped by the guard tower foundations, but that should be enough to take out these tower foundations. Yeah, stone mining over here. There's gold here actually, so there's gold. Embalius could be mining gold over here, and he'd have gold access for a potential Imperial Age eventually. He keeps moving around, and now he's actually going to try to pressure Bourbon a bit at home base as well, but here come the stone walls from Bourbon. Bourbon again to try and prevent any entry here. North Outsider goes down, so does the guard towers. Emalius heavily committing to stone to be able to get these guard towers up. He has the wood access over here. That's... Oh, it's been spotted by Bourbon now, so now he's scouting one of the last places on the map that he hasn't checked for expansion. And he also doesn't know about the topside expansion here, but there's no villager production here. They're just mining stone, and Emalius now dropping the market to be able to tweak the resources a bit as well. Not many places for Emalius to go anymore, but he's not being contested in this area, so he could still... The market is probably to be able to buy wood for a TC on this side. At least I think that would make sense for another potential boom. Castle to protect the farming and wood economy here. Wouldn't it be slightly better in a position like this though, to cover another woodland and the full farming economy? Organ guns, slow movement rate, so they need quite some time to get all the way over here to deal with Emalius's eco on this side. Got some towers over here. Villager situation is evening out. Bourbon is staying 1 TC. He is YOLOing this. He's going full. Madness. Honestly, I feel like Geppetto are a good call against organ guns. Yeah. They move quickly, so you could probably dodge the organ gun shots while firing back if your micro is on point. If your ledge is coming in as well, but that's the case for Bourbon as well. So Bourbon is going to deal with this castle with trebuchets from this one, and he has the organ guns to back it. Emalius's economy over here won't be particularly safe. Same with the guard towers over here. Bourbon is actually walling in Emalius from from all directions here now, and there's not really much Emalius can do about that. TC up top. Emalius respecting the Nomad as a map and style. It looks like the Great Wall will complete in the middle of the map here. Bourbon is in it to win it here. He's sandwiched these villagers in. Okay, Emalius is gonna get the castle up here, so maybe I'm speaking too soon here. But Bourbon is the first one to Imperial Age. He is making the trebuchet over here. Will be able to start contesting this castle. Maybe Bourbon... I mean, there's gold, stone, and wood. There is everything Emalius needs except for food here. Conscription coming in. That's going to boost any production and research speed of military buildings and castles. Whew. 2 trebs, 3 trebs. Not enough stone for a castle in the back. Feitoria coming up! Still only 1 TC for Bourbon. But the Feitoria is going to give a trickle of all resources, and they're just holding up here to buy time. Got all of the eco here, basically, or not all, but most of it. But even if Embolius breaks through, it's going to be a minimal drain on Bourbon's army situation, because he's pushing forward here. It's with 3 trebuchets to 1 here. There we go. We'll have to use the organ guns to take out the trap here. But we'll also be able to easily take out all these guard towers and TC with the units at hand. Might lose 1 here to trebuchet, but Embolius keeps dropping towers here. Maybe it's just a means to buy time to set up the economy on this area. So much red on the map. But Embolius has kept that eco lead consistently. I don't think it's been below in villagers at any point. But now might be the case, because when these towers go down, there's no escape for these villagers, maybe except for a transport ship, but that's also not going to be possible here. It's going to be a lot of villagers going down for Embolius now. He has somehow managed to get a bombard cannon out over here as well. And he's been able to produce units on this side to start pushing Bourbon at home base. With University coming up for Bourbon, he might be thinking about Arquebus for his the unique technology for his organ guns and other bombard cannons and siege weapons, hand cannoneers even. That's 1 hero villager. Bombard cannons could also get some good shots in on the organ guns, so Bourbon needs to be careful here not to underestimate these organ guns. Actually, 1 shooting here, losing a minimal amount of villagers, and extending the eco up north here. So while fighting on 2 sides here for Embolius, he's also establishing a new fluid economy up north, which Bourbon doesn't have scouted. Or maybe, this is most likely just a capture H bug, but it's certainly not doing much. I think galleys, surprise night villagers from the shoreline as well. And now the organ guns go down. Look at the organ gun count of Bourbon. He's losing all the organ guns to bombard cannon shots, and Embolius still places guard towers to the very edge of the map to disallow any military entry of Bourbon to where the villagers reside. Is doing some impeccable work at keeping as many villagers as possible alive here. He's lost 27 villagers to this massive organ guns aggression, and it's really impressive defense. And now a potential comeback here. He's even got the stable up, could get some mobility running to raid these villagers perhaps. Can't believe what I'm watching, says Pleb Chariot. It's the guard tower defense, man. Look at these bad boys. And Embolius is playing into the fact that this map has so much gold and stone. And it's stabilized in the north, where Bourbon doesn't really know what's going on. And it's through this restabilizing, been able to get some Gemettos out. The organ guns are basically out. That's thanks to the bomber cannons. That's actually a good snipe with the trap on the bomber cannon, but it's still going to be real tough for Bourbon to get close enough to take out these bomber cannons. And if you look at Emolius's eco setup here, he's going to be able to make new bomber cannons as well. Bomber cannons to push this back. Now it's Bourbon's turn to go for tower defense here. Watchtower is coming up. It might be taking inspiration from Bourbon over here, but in the middle of these Geppettos, and the fact that Bourbon has stayed 1 TC for the entire freaking game, this is going to hurt a lot. He lost the Fate Riga as well. Emolius slowly creeping back up here, tries to get a more forward siege workshop out, but the Treb and organ guns might put a stopper to that. These organs might need to get a little bit closer to try and stop that from happening. Praetorius again! 2 Praetorius in the middle. Avenge me, Emolius, says Garanrime, and that it's a very impressive comeback what Emolius is doing here, if it is to become a comeback. Yellow difference or not, this is some next level defensive play. So again with the guard towers, now he's actually about to run out of stone though. He's depleted the stone mine over here. He's depleted the stone mine over here, but he's actually, I mean, he needs to deal with this castle. But if he does, when he does, there's a stone to be taken down here as well. Emolius, for probably the first time in the game, is ahead in military. He's massively ahead in militaries, of course. 131 to 55. But maybe some Praetorius could. This is it's a more than decent resource trickle. And now Bourbon knows something is up. Now he's gonna land the top side, isn't he? Or is he just transporting villagers from his homeland to the right? Wow. Hello, Puling Wretch. Garanrime played against Bourbon in the first round, I think. Because it was a random draw of brackets, not based on ELO. It started at 3 GMT today, so, and now we're approaching the end. Cavalier out, no light cam, I mean. No Farimba, understandably so, just yet. But it might be in the works soon. Why the heavy camels? Reaction to the Portuguese Knights, probably. How many victorious here? 3 for Bourbon. Raldraug, thanks for the raid, much appreciated. Yeah, I would have to cut it off at a specific group of yellow than red clipper, but then it would be a little bit more work to get enough players as well. I'll keep it in mind. It will have to be a couple of months until the next time I do something like this, I think. Evolius, 154 villagers. He's back with that, hoarding lots of resources here. He's claimed the top side of another TC. He keeps finding these spots where he could place town centers. And I think the key factor here has to be to take out the Fatorius, so Bourbon will effectively run out of all resources. But he's down to only 60 population. Now the idea with random draw and open elo this time was that was a brand new map that could maybe cause some upsets that way, and that it would be easy to bring in replacements if we had more than 16 signups. But it was 18 signups and 2 withdrawals total, so with a different approach to getting players in. It could play out quite differently. Marius now has 6 trebuchets. He's going into capped rams from another direction to take out the cavalry production here. Bourbon is going to get massively housed soon, I think. Unless the Fatorius go down, which I just did. But that's also going to affect the resource trickle. And Bourbon probably can't believe his eyes here. How the heck did he return from this? Incredible comeback from Emolius. Skill difference or not. Fantastic. GG, well played indeed. And to both of them. Bourbon with the 1 TC all-in. Nearly bringing it home, but the lack of mobility is what came back and bit him in the ass, I think. Because if he had had a few faster units to scout the rest of the map and stop Emolius from moving to the north or to the west like that, it could have played out differently. Alright, we left the monks to deal with the first few organ guns. Intense day with 16 players. Some admin wins awarded, but I started almost almost 7 hours ago. Almost 7 hours ago. So, pretty intense day. Would have been even longer with longer games, or admittedly, if the opposition was more even as well, it would have been lasting even longer. Aliens turning it around there. Good work. And this is what it looks like. Amalius finally taking the 2-0 over Bourbon. That's a lot of matches in one afternoon. And the only one I didn't get to cover was Umdeuter's Ark because of a time misunderstanding from Umdeuter's side, but they did play it. But there's certainly potential of improvement for an event like this. It needs to be smooth, and I think it needs to be best of 1 for the first rounds until the final to be doable in an afternoon or evening. And I think it's risky to have, or it could be ELO based, but it could be open ELO but with ELO based seeding, so that the lowest rated player faces the highest rated, etc. But if I restricted it to like 1400 to 1600 for one event, for example, with risk having games that went 2 hours every time, and that's also not ideal for a live casting situation and having the players wait. So I'm going to need to think about ways to improve on that. But now, moving ahead, it's all about Nations Cup and also my 3v3 League, which is mid-season. But then after that, I'll focus on Nations Cup. And I will have to think about some kind of 1v1 spanning over maybe a month or so as well, like a more regular 1v1 event with proper ELO division. So, but I'd say the event was a success. It was fun doing something like this, even if it means sitting down and chair casting games for 7 hours straight. But it's a format that could. It certainly has potential. Potential. It just needs improvement, and unfortunately, best of ones will never be fair. Anyway, it could be fun to try it with the standard map as well, with some, with some tweaks. I can envision it working for Arena, for example. Maybe we need even more save bans as well for a short format like this with only one game. 3 save bans per round could make for some interesting ones in the end. But congratulations to Amalius for taking this one. He asked if it was okay to join, even if it's higher than most of the other participants. Great second to last game, or great last game though, and the second to last game as well. Very nice final, in fact. Now I'm starving and I need to get some sleep or whatever, but let's see if we can pass you along to someone. Blackadder's Place is casting Silver League, Finland C by the looks of it, and since Molius is from Finland, I think it makes sense to pass you along to Blackadder's Place. Thanks for playing, Bourbon.